test, test, test.
Bueno, claro que sí, ese aplauso fuerte para los competidores. Pedro Luciano, Gas McGregor, son los primeros en entrar al agua en esta tarde. Bestial espectáculo aquí en el frontón.
Can you clip me in?
Yeah.
Bueno, desde aquí queremos, antes que nada, agradecer a todas las personas y todas las instituciones, empresas, etcétera, que han hecho esto posible. Empezando por los patrocinadores.
See, he doesn't care.
Desde aquí, de todo corazón, agradecemos y patrocinadores.
Welcome everybody, this is Manny V with David Hubbard, and here we are once again today for more incredible action at the 2016 Fronton King, and holy beep that out for sure. The conditions are incredible.
Yeah, it's intense. We've been down here for the last hour or two watching it in really shallow, low-tide conditions, but the water has begun to fill back onto that reef. We've called this contest heat action. First heat's just about to hit the water now.
Yeah, yes, Garth McGregor going head-to-head with the Brazilian Eder Luciano. Eder Luciano, no problem in the contest area, but how can he deal in? Hold on, Mike is live. We are good, but yes, Eder Luciano, no stranger to the contest arena. Garth McGregor, big wave rider, and yes, he is ready. Both of these guys are ready to rock. We got an epic crowd just lining up the entire coast over here, and we have this massive wave coming in to the shallows here at El Fronton.
Amazing stuff, and we have some amazing action already this morning. Terrific rides went down several heats.
And we do have some highlights of what went down earlier today here at El Fronton, and it was insane to see the last heat of round number 2, heat 16, and then we went straight into round number 3 with a 4 heats as well. So we have a bunch of epic clips from this morning. So here we go, some of the action that went down this morning. You can see the flash graphic coming up. But yeah, the action this morning is going to be, it was intense as the action you're going to see within a few minutes. Garth McGregor standing by on the outside. He is going to be wearing yellow. Eder Luciano will be out there in the red jersey. We're lining up. Here we go. Here's what went down earlier today. That was one of the first waves of the morning. Miguel Macias in the yellow jersey finishing off that last heat of round 16.
This was also an amazing ride. Right after Miguel's long right-hand barrel, Alex Udonga got this deep pit, and it was just an insane way to start the very first heat of this morning, which was the last heat of round number 2. Then we went into round number 3, but before that, there still was action in that heat. Miguel Macias with this nice big roll here, landing mid-face and completing it.
If you had your sights on hitting the lip or big lip maneuver, you had to have some big cojones, because if you hit it wrong, you would get launched into the shallows. And then the first heat of round number 3, we saw Omri Laferne just fighting the shadows of the morning golden light in these deep pits, and he actually came out of this with the froth. So Omri Laferne, the first heat of round number 3, making it look very easy, but let me tell you, it was pretty hectic out there, and finishes off that way with a spin.
Yeah, that ended up being a 9-point ride for Moz, and that brought him on through. Along with this beautiful backflip was his top scores that advanced him on there. We just see a really impressive flip there for Moz. And as you could see, man, the waves were heavy this morning, and I assure you, they are still heavy, possibly even bigger now than it was this morning. And let's take another peek at one of Miguel's waves. Nice clean invert there. Smaller wave, so that didn't eventuate to a massive number. Oh, sorry, that was Jonathan Vega who was battling Moz in this heat, but to me, this is the wave of the morning.
Yes.
Antonio Cardoso getting one of the heaviest waves that we saw. Definitely got barreled on this one. Fought through a lot of foam, and then even got an additional little bonus section right there on the inside, and came out clean, survived that one. But he was stoked, and for some reason he didn't survive the matchup with Mike Stewart. But check this out. This was Guillermo Cobo. This was a beautiful ride there. Guillermo Cobo also on the receiving end of some low scores, and he was also eliminated in round number 3.
We saw some incredible matchups this morning. It was Omri, Mike Stewart, and Jacob Ramel making out of their heats, but more highlights of what went down this morning. And there were some definite pits, but the key this morning was just making it to the bottom of the wave, because this wave, ton of water, massive waves, just unloading all of that energy on the shallow reefs here at El Fronton, and just making it to the bottom is critical.
Absolutely critical indeed. Guillermo Cobo finding a maneuver here. Big roll. Lands it, even airdrops back down to the bottom of that one after landing that at the top of the wave. Diving out, as you can see, the wave just kind of turns inside on itself. Now we're back to live action. This is what it looks like right now behind us. Thank you so much for tuning in to the APB Tour. This is the Fronton King here in Galdar.
So, Dub, we just got word that we have about 20 minutes until start of this heat. We're just going to give them a little bit more time for some more water to fill in. But if you look on your screen, that is where we are right now for the world title race. Not only are these competitors competing for a Fronton King championship belt, but also the world title is up for grabs here at this final event on the APB World Tour. So if you look at the screen, you can see Ian Campbell's looking very comfortable right now, but PLC is right on his tail.
And check it out. I'd like to point out Ian Campbell only has 5 events counting, and we are counting the top 5 events. So even though he's in the lead, he is counting a 17th place at Brazil. So if he can improve on that, he's going to be even harder to beat for the world title. But a few other riders on that list with some first places. And the only one in the title hunt without a win yet is Moz, and he is definitely one of the riders who could pull it off here and become a repeat Fronton King, as he won last year's event right here in his backyard, hailing from Reunion Island, but now living just down the street, just maybe about a kilometer from exactly where we are located right now. Amoy Laverne calling the Canary Islands home.
Alex Udanga is right up in there too, but we had some stats sent over from Craig Haddon. With the mathematical chance, we have Alex Udanga, who must win the entire event here at the Fronton King. But that means if he wins, everybody else who is up for a title has to lose in round number 4. So that is the situation for Alex Udanga. Pretty tough, knowing that the rest of these world title contenders don't want to end up in round number 4, and I see them progressing on. So that's going to be a tough fight for Alex Udanga.
Yeah, definitely. But this is a very interesting race we have on our hands. As we've been mentioning, there are 5 riders, the top 5 riders on this top 10 rankings, all have a chance, depending on what the other riders do here at this Fronton event. And you know, I think if any of the top 3 riders win this event, regardless of how the other riders finish, they will be crowned the world champion of the 2016 APB Tour. And for Maz and Alex, it will depend on how their opponents place. Even if they do win, it'll still matter how close one of those other riders ends up finishing next to them. So let's just take a look at some of the best totals we've had. This was round 3 that just happened this morning. And down on the very bottom, we see Dino Carmo. He was injured in heat number 35 after just one ride ridden there. And as we climb up the heats from there, we end up with Mike and Antonio. That was such an amazing heat, both in heat number, I think it was 2 of round number 3. And that was the best heat we had this morning, and a very close matchup from Mike Stewart and Antonio Cardoso. Very hotly debated heat, I'll mention, as took some free surfing and got to ride with both of them and some of the other riders. And you know, a lot of riders thinking that could have went the other way, but the judges sided with Mike Stewart in that heat 34 matchup. Definitely both riders were surfing amazing in that matchup. So also, you know, high performers. You know, we saw Jacob Romero. He was actually kind of got cut short. He had to come in after the heat was called after Dino's injury. So even though he was high flying through a couple aerial maneuvers, big air reverse, and got barreled, he came up with a heat total of 12, probably in just about 5 or 7 minutes. So, you know, had he had the rest of the 18 minutes, likely he could have climbed his way up to the very top of this best heat totals graphic that we're showing you from the start of round 3 this morning.
And you left off with?
Jacob.
All right, so right, Omri Laverne. Omri Laverne's 14.47 combined total scores, coming in pretty solid. But we're going back to the best waves. These are the best waves that we had today.
Yeah, and it did turn out from the judges' point of view that Amaury Laverne got the best wave. Right beneath that, Antonio Cardoso, who I definitely agree would have had a much better wave than Moz. And then Mike Stewart got a couple of 7s. Mike Stewart notching his way up pretty high on that list. Guillermo Cobo with a 7.5 of his own. And from there on, a few 6s and 5s.
And as you can see, not all the scores are in those excellent 8 or 9 point ranges because a lot of the waves are coming in. There's not many of those high scoring waves coming in, and the riders being in that same position or in that perfect position to take off. Again, the waves were very heavy, I mean, you just had to be in the right spot to make the drop and ride out some of these deep barrels. But I mean, taking a look down the list, who else do we got?
Well, again, near the lower side was Jacob Romero with his 2 rides of a 6.5 and a 5.6. Jonathan Vega with a 5.5. You know, even Antonio Cardoso's backup wave, that 6.33, you know, that was a really good wave. I could have seen that going even just a little higher as well. But Alex Sudonga, you know, fitting right in the middle of this graphic with a 6.83, and that's just like the start, you know, because we only got 4 heats of round number 3 in the water this morning. We have heat number 5 of round number 3 waiting for the start. They are out in the water, and we are gonna, like you said, Manny, let the water fill in just a little bit before starting their heat.
All right, check this out. We're gonna go to a commercial break and we're gonna come back with some epic action. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. We're almost.
Life is nourished by experiences that make you grow. So choose a destination where the climate is great all year round, where there's a new, thrilling landscape to discover every day. A destination full of unforgettable moments for you and for everyone. Choose a great destination. Choose Gran Canaria.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulses sagging out, I'm losing the pace. It's the way you feel, man, now the way you taste. Rebel, I see you with your gun.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we just got word we're about 20 minutes out from the event. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna take a quick pause and we're gonna turn off our live feed just so we can get everything nice and clean. We don't wanna miss any of the action. So for Dave and I, we're gonna be back in 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
serie grande, Está en la orilla.
Sound check, Manny.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The start of the heat is out in the water. Round number 3. We are looking at heat number 5. Eder Luciano in red, Garth McGregor in yellow. And let me tell you, it's going to be crazy. The waves are pumping right now.
Yeah, it's just begun. Let's get right out in there. Wow, look at that. Amazing tubes occurring as these huge swell lines make their way into this incredible reef.
Eder Luciano.
Known as Fronton.
Oh my.
These riders are checking them out. They've been out in the water for a little bit. We made sure that there was enough water. This heat has just begun because it is high tide enough to begin the competition, resume I should say, the competition for today at the APB Fronton King.
There's a pretty incredible vibe right now here on the water. It's like a big old stage, a huge sporting arena looking down at the gladiators here at this beast that they call El Fronton, and it is going to be incredible. Nobody has caught in the first wave yet. They're still trying to find the position, where to sit, where to set up, because the takeoff zone is very short, very small area, and you want to be in the right spot. A lot of people are clapping and cheering. There could be a wave, and you can see the shadows. Oh my. That was probably one of the biggest waves of the day so far, and you see their little bodies just going through the wave. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, hopefully they made it all the way through that thing, because I mean, I'm worried about the cameraman on the rocks if that thing's gonna climb up and get them. But yeah, both of these riders still out in the lineup. Probably gonna wait till this massive set passes, because not every single wave out there right now is perfect, Manny. And even when the tide maxes out later, it's not just a guaranteed, hey, a wave's coming in, let's go for it. These riders really have to select the right wave.
Look at the water just surging off of that left-hander, off of the reef. Just I did see a couple lefts when I was watching earlier, but those were far and few between. You can catch the left and just get out of there right before that surge onto the reef. And here we go, first ride. It is Eder Luciano airdropping to the bottom. Nice clean pocket ride and comes out. So Eder Luciano, he is happy getting his first wave under his belt.
Well, I would feel the same. You know, after airdropping into a beast that he survived and made it to the channel, that was success as far as I'm concerned, and he's going to be making his way back out. It's been a positive experience for him to get onto the board, get into that wax, and now he's going to access that channel, get back out into the lineup. At this point, Garth McGregor will be holding priority, and that means no matter what, he can select the next wave that he wants to ride. He can be comfortable about that selection and his positioning, and if he paddles for a wave, that will be the use of priority. And at that point, if Eder's in the area, the priority will switch to Eder at that point if Garth paddles or catches a wave.
Priority is going to be a very vital component in winning this event because of the short takeoff area. Garth McGregor in yellow. Australia is standing up. Oh, pulling back. He saw something we didn't. A very different point of view, definitely in the water, than what we have here on our screen.
Goodness gracious, that wave just sucked up so hard. Even as strong of a paddler as Garth is, wasn't going to be able to make it to the bottom, and luckily he decided to get off of that thing before it got too late, and he was able to stay out the back. And we'll have to wait and see the exact priority situation if Eder was in the area and if he could.
Yeah, yellow still holds a priority, but here's Eder Luciano's first wave from Brazil, holding it down, keeping that line as soon as he landed from that airdrop, and that's going to be a clean first ride for Eder Luciano. It won't be in the excellent point range. He wasn't super deep in the barrel, but being the first wave of the heat and not too many perfect waves coming in here at El Fronton, that could be a vital part of him advancing on. That is unless Garth McGregor can find a couple gems.
And that's exactly what he's looking for. I mean, he wants to get barreled off his cone, as they say in Australia. He's been watching the conditions for at least a couple hours. You know, he was here this morning. He was pumped up, and now that he's finally in the water, he is definitely looking to put on a show, you know. Garth McGregor making a solid effort this year onto the World Tour. Great performance at Pipe, made his way down to Tahiti, showed up in Chile, and now he's here in El Fronton. And just going through the first score, it does come in for Eder Luciano, a 2-1-7. So he is on the board. And Garth McGregor now just going to be waiting patiently to see what can come in. But he definitely wants to attack some of these bigger waves.
Garth McGregor, I'm sure the entire Newcastle coast, actually the entire coastline of the entire Australian continent is probably tuned in right now, watching their very own Garth McGregor showing up here. Finally, these waves were made for Garth McGregor.
They very well could have been. And we'll see if one comes in tailor-made to suit his style of riding. These riders continue to kind of play almost this cat and mouse game where they look at these waves, but they don't go all the way in to the area that they need to access them, because there's some huge sets out the back. So here we just take a look. We've got riders in the next heat making their way down, and we have such an amazing shot here. You can see how shallow that left gets. It just starts gurgling, and that whole area where that wave is starting to crash on, super shallow.
Yeah, you just saw Mitch Rawlings in the bottom of your screen making his way down. Matias Diaz from Chile, he's going to be in the red jersey, so Chile is tuning in, as well as Australia, watching Garth McGregor and Mitch Rawlings coming down the pipe. So again, massive conditions here at El Fronton, some very scary conditions for some of the viewers watching from all over the world. But we've already had Matias Diaz, there he is, making his way down. But here is a look at who's in the water right now. It is Eder Luciano in red. So far, so good for Eder, clocking a first ride in the heat. And Garth McGregor, he is out there waiting patiently with priority in his hand for that first wave. So Garth McGregor has a pretty solid fan base, as we've had a Facebook post saying, "Where you at?" And a lot of people were tuning in saying, we're here to see these guys, Mitch Rawlings and Garth McGregor.
Yeah, another Australian here at this event. It is Mitch Rawlings, along with a few other Aussies still in the draw, but Mitch Rawlings has been to the Canary Islands a ton of times. And there we see his opponent in this heat, Matias Diaz from Chile. No stranger to heavy, shallow reef breaks, residing from Chile, one of the superpowers in the sport of bodyboarding. And there we see that Matias will be in red, Mitch Rawlings in yellow. Matias is fired up.
Yes, Matias Diaz, 22 years old, coming to us from Iquique, Chile. He's been bodyboarding for 8 years now, and his favorite wave, Intendencia. So he's got some reef knowledge, but we're gonna see if he has big wave reef knowledge in just a few minutes here. Currently out in the water, we do have a few minutes remaining. And here's a look at the athletes area. South African support right there for Tristan Roberts.
And he's got a couple of Safa buddies with him too. I think Shane, Ryan, and even Elijah is the fourth member of that little quadricept. But let's see what's gonna happen on the water. Here's some of these empty waves that are coming through, and I mean, they are absolute beastly. These large, intense waves that are coming through. Let's wait to see who's going to be the next rider to take off on one of these. Let's see, here we got Mike Stewart, we got Matthew Tanaka, we've got even Jacob Romero in the far background, and a few Safas in the foreground. Even saw Louis Finnegan there, so that's just a little glimpse of the athletes area. They are glued to the water. They can't even look to the side and see themselves on the big screen, because they are just glued to the action, like we're sure that you are. Everybody tuning in from home, thanks so much for joining us. A very exciting day of competition here at the Fronton King.
Now's a good time, as the riders are waiting patiently. Clayton from Brazil, Jason Ricky and the Pura Vida boys. Bagus is in Reunion Island, Richard Marin in Costa Rica, Luciano, we got Cubby in Fort Lauderdale, and we're gonna keep attacking that list of where you at on our Facebook page, APB Tour. But waiting patiently, Garth McGregor with priority, sitting and waiting for that first wave. These are 25-minute heats, top two waves are scored. And as you can see on your screen there's 14 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, and Garth McGregor still waiting to get that one wave. And in these conditions, one wave can make a difference between winning or losing. Just one wave.
Oh, it definitely could. If Garth tools into, you know, even just a good score, it would take Eder a couple more attempts to get there if he continues on the same trend of getting, you know, a 2.17 and repeating that. You know, so it could all change with one wave at this point, and you know, we've only seen one wave ridden in the first 11 minutes of this heat. So we're excited to see if these riders are going to be able to access more of these big, intense rides.
Garth McGregor still waiting patiently out in the water. He does have priority. Eder Luciano, he can probably walk through this if he gets one more wave. Even if it's a 2-point, 3-point ride, Eder Luciano can walk out of here with just two, you know, not so high scoring waves. But again, Garth McGregor on the other hand just needs one solid wave as well. And I'm telling you, the vibe here on the cliffs here at El Fronton, pretty epic.
It's electric.
It's pretty awesome.
You can feel it. The atmosphere is definitely palpable, and there's a lot of tension and excitement, and even a bunch of sea mist cruising up from down below, just wafting into the booth here. Just the sweet aroma of the salt air. And
it's like we do see Garth looking, and he did not paddle into that one and pulls around and waits patiently.
Garth McGregor is holding that priority one, so he has first choice out there, and it looks like, you know, that initial paddle, Eder was nowhere around, so it didn't switch over to Eder. So Eder has kept priority one throughout once priority started. Here we see Garth having a paddle.
There we go. It looks like we got live action. Eder Luciano looking left. Garth McGregor on the first wave for his scorecard. Pulls it right. It's a little bumpy, and you just saw his board come in out the back of that whitewash. A little bumpy on that. The drop looks solid. Is when he set his rail inside of the barrel and started moving forward. He hit a little chop inside of the tube and bounced off his line that he was drawing. And again, priority is crucial here. Garth McGregor and Eder Luciano getting out to the lineup to get that first priority. And you can see a wide shot panning back, Eder Luciano over on the left. So both riders catching a wave, just a medium-sized wave, just to get something going on both of their scorecards. 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and that was interesting, you know, a nice split peak scenario. Eder Luciano seems to have gotten a bigger score than his first ride, a 3.83 coming in for Eder. We'll see if a replay will present itself, but out the back is Garth McGregor, but it seems like Eder got priority first, so he's sitting with first priority, Garth with second. Garth getting a 1.6 on his ride, so incomplete for Garth, but he was awarded for taking the drop. So this is a very tight matchup, and we're now seeing that Garth needs a 4.4 in the second half now of this heat to advance on through this round 3 matchup against Eder Luciano. We see a massive
I hear cheering, I hear yelling. Garth McGregor opting not to go on this little inside one. So Garth McGregor, it's pretty exciting when the crowd, we're facing a different direction, so when we hear the crowd cheering and yelling, it's pretty, it gets the blood flowing. And Garth McGregor pulled back on that one, but now scores have dropped, and you can see on your screen there. So Eder Luciano looking pretty strong right now.
Yeah, and as these big ones come through, everybody gets so excited. We hear the cheering behind us, just the whole cliffside just starts to take a collective gasp and kind of cheer and root these guys on. You start hearing the screams kind of escalate, and at the same time, if they don't take off on any of these waves, you do hear a group sigh, almost of relief, but just a little bit of disappointment kind of flavoring it there.
A little nervous right there.
Yeah, everybody's chewing their nails off for sure. Manicure is necessary after this event for spectators and competitors.
Yes, it's pretty awesome afternoon here on the northwest corner of the island of Gran Canaria. Garth McGregor taking a look down the pipe on that one. And a couple of our sponsor mentions Gran Canaria European Sports Island, and they hit that one right on the dot. Ton of activities you can do on this island. And Ayuntamiento de Galdar as well are two main sponsors. And if you haven't done so already, download You Riding. Go to your app store, download the game, the bodyboard, the Journey bodyboard by You Riding, and you can actually compete here at Fronton in a video game. Look at this, Eder Luciano, oh my gosh, no speed, almost went down with the lip, and that was pretty scary.
That was intense, and you saw that
there he is.
Garth McGregor had his eye on that wave, so Eder Luciano had to use his priority to keep Garth off of it, but at the same time, he risked life and limb. Now the crowd is cheering for Eder, a very brave fellow for going on that left-hander, and he survived it. And the massive crowd here on the cliff is just enthralled in exactly what's occurring out in front of us right now.
Man, I mean, we already had one injury this morning. Dino Carmo has reported in that he is okay. He did get scratched up on his inner thigh on his left leg. His hand got slammed against the rocks, and his face took full-on brunt to the reef as well. But he's here in the crowd, and looks like more cheering. Garth McGregor, here he is dropping in on this bomb, setting his rail. Is he going to come out of this bomb? Is he going to come out? No. Dave, you talked about it this morning. Tell us more of what's happening in the barrel. How come Garth didn't come out of that?
Well, among the what we mentioned earlier, as the crowd erupts again as Garth has survived his encounter, he's moving out to the channel. He has lost a fin. He is gonna hopefully get potentially another fin from a caddy that he potentially has signed up. But to touch on that question, additionally to the power of the wave itself, we do have now some wind coming from the side, and it's actually chunking up the rights just a little bit, making it harder for our riders to access a clean ride, a clean line in. We do see Garth duck diving through that beast, the explosion taking up the entire screen there. But yeah, to make it down the face of the wave, really challenging. And then also to generate any speed and get away from the breaking lip, because even if it barrels over you, it is gonna just send a massive shockwave. Let's take a look at this replay.
This was Eder Luciano's last wave, air dropping with the lip, and there was no speed on that bottom turn. And all that water is just coming together in one area here on the reef, and he just got ragdolled. And here's another look at Garth's wave.
And it sucks him up, but he is able to make it down. There he has to negotiate a stair, as we call it, kind of one of the steps in the wave face, and it looks like he got so close to making it out, but he did get hung up and sucked back into the barrel. He is now checking out the jet ski, and he is maybe gonna be able to get a flipper from, looks like from Kyle. It looks like he's getting an extra fin from Kyle Ward there, and then he's gonna do what he can to make it back out into the lineup. There's the executive director of the Fronton King, Danny Hernandez.
So, you can catch waves out here with one fin, but you're gonna need every single bit of power that you can have underneath your fin as power for to get into these waves. So Garth McGregor now getting that fin on that it was just handed to him. So he's got adjusting. He's got a few more minutes. He's got about 5 minutes remaining in this heat to get something going.
Yeah, you're definitely going to want to have both flippers on your feet to attack these waves for sure. And with one of those fins getting pulled off of his foot on his last ride, he is able to find another fin from the very well volunteering mate of his, Kyle Ward, who is actually patrolling his safety on that right-hander. So he's got an extra fin. He's got 4.5 minutes. He's going to get back out there and attempt to attack the lead held by Eder Luciano. He only needs a 3.18. This has been a pretty low-scoring affair here, as these riders have done their best to negotiate the tumultuous waves that have been coming in on this reef and have had very limited success.
And he has some time. Garth McGregor does have time, and he can get that 3.18 in his sleep. But with a couple of things to consider is, one, there's not a ton of perfect waves out here. They're massive, they're big, but those perfect drawn-out barrels, there's only a few of those in this 25-minute heat. So he does have that working against him, and along with the priority as well. He's in second priority, and to be in that right takeoff spot, having that priority is going to be critical.
Oh, definitely, and we're seeing the assortment of shots we're trying to bring you in this live broadcast. Drone angle from the air, and I had advised to be flying that thing very high so it can stay well above the massive waves that are breaking here on this shallow shelf. So, wow, this is just such an exciting way to resume the competition here on this historic day. One of the biggest days that the Fronton King has ever run. One of the most challenging waves, venues, even condition sets on this year's 2016 APB World Tour. And this is exactly what we all signed up for when we sent in our entry forms to compete here in the Fronton King, that potentially it could get massive, and we were going to have to go for it and charge these massive intense waves here at Fronton.
Thank you everybody for tuning in to the 2016 Fronton King. This is the last event on the 2016 APB World Tour. Not only is a win here up for grabs, but also a world title at this event. And we can't thank you enough for tuning in. Nicole is tuned in from South Africa. Heath McGregor in Australia. Al in the UK. Chico is in Portugal. Kekoa, Hawaii. Sean Mills is going for GMAC, of course. And Marco desde Tijuana. So thank you all for tuning in once again to this live event. Adrian is in Germany. Ernesto in IB, my hometown, Imperial Beach. Hold it down, Ernesto. Melissa in South Africa. Dwayne SD and We Bodyboard crew in Las Palmas, along with all these people here live, watching it live with their very two eyes. And I say try to make it a point to come to one of these events here at El Fronton.
Yeah, it would be amazing. And hey, if you didn't make it here in time to compete, don't worry, you have the opportunity to still compete on the virtual realms. Download You Riding the Journey mobile, and you can compete right here at El Fronton against the best of them.
Yeah, so right now, Yuri Textera from Brazil is holding down the first place lead at El Fronton in the Journey bodyboard video game. So get it, look for it, play, I challenge you. Out in the water right now, Eder Luciano looking pretty strong right now with 33 seconds. Garth McGregor coming down to the wire with 30 seconds. Dub is looking over his shoulder to see if there's anything on the horizon for Garth. And a 3.4 ride, is it possible? Garth McGregor, 20 seconds to go. He's on the inside. He looks like he is in position. He's going for it. No, he will not take it. He would have airdropped 2 levels and probably would not have gotten that 3.41 for that wave. So priority is now in red. Eder Luciano, Garth McGregor showing what is happening out here at El Fronton, the 2016 Fronton King. It is pretty crazy out there, and we saw Garth McGregor succumbing to the second place position of this afternoon, which means Eder Luciano will advance on to round number 4, and Garth McGregor will end up on an equal 17th. Wow.
And
whew.
so welcome again,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen. We just had a tremendous show from the first heat this afternoon of round number 3, and we're gonna get back here with more live action of round number 3 of the Fronton King right after these commercials.
Life is nourished by experiences that make you grow. So choose a destination where the climate is great all year round, where there's a new, thrilling landscape to discover every day. A destination full of unforgettable moments for you and for everyone. Choose a great destination. Choose Gran Canaria.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulses sagging out, I'm losing the pace. It's the way you feel, man, not the way you taste. Rebel, rebel, I see you with your gun.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2016 Fronton King. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and we are bringing you the live feed from the northwest corner of Gran Canaria here in Isla Canarias.
Yeah, this is just a tremendous venue, and you know we've been coming to Gran Canaria on the world tour for a number of years, and we used to come to the northeastern corner to a place called Confital, and the entire time we were there was almost an elephant in the room because we knew that Fronton was just on the other side, just over yonder. And the last year that we did run at Confital, they ran an invitational, the Wild Wild Wave, here at Fronton. And since then, there has been specialty events put on, and even events part of the World Tour. And this year, the Fronton King is crowning again the world champion of the APB World Bodyboarding Tour.
As you're looking out into the water, we can give you a quick rundown on the past winners of those events. 2010, you may know this person, Jeff Hubbard, won and beat out Diego Cabrera in 2010 at that invitational event. And then it was 2011, Jason Finlay beating out Mitch Rollins on a very incredible event. And we also have 2012 PLC and Jared Houston. So Matias Diaz out in the water in the red jersey from Chile, going head to head with yellow Mitch Rollins. So Mitch Rollins and Matias Diaz, now we're waiting to see what they can do in this 25-minute heat. Heat number 6, round number 3, currently out in the water. So both of these riders, they're very, obviously Mitch Rollins has been here plenty of time, so he knows exactly what this beast can do. Matias Diaz, he's putting in his time on the reefs down in Iquique and all over the coastline of Chile. Let's see how he can fare in these conditions here at El Fronton.
And if he loves Intendencia, you know, this is like Intendencia times 10. So
Yes.
if he's able to scoop in on Intendencia when it maxes out at 4 feet, he might be able to scoop in to these 10 to 12 foot beasts that are coming in. And some of the wave faces, Manny, I would not be surprised if there's 20 foot on the wave face out here today at El Fronton.
And not only 20-foot faces, but just 20-foot faces with the whole ocean right behind it. I mean, there's a ton of water.
The explosions are getting up to 30, 40 feet easy.
They've already lost one drone. I don't want to say that, but the first earlier days. But yeah, it was just incredible. It was incredible how some of these whitewash would just pound and just just go straight up into the air. And it's a pretty amazing sight to see. So again, I'm going to probably say it a few more times after this day of competition. But I say if you're going to put in your vacation time, I would focus it around this event only because it is pretty amazing here. I mean, the sun has been out every single day we've been here. It's October. The weather and the water are incredible. It's just amazing here. And if you can come here during this event and see the best bodyboarders and the best bodyboarding wave in the planet, it's pretty spectacular.
Oh, it's something special for sure. Something you won't ever forget. And just an amazing way to take in the sport of bodyboarding. You feel so close because, as we've been mentioning, you can feel the energy not only of the ocean as it impacts this shallow reef with these massive explosions on these waves, but the energy of the competitors, the rest of the spectators. It really is a Coliseum atmosphere here on the cliffside, and people have turned up in droves. There are thousands of people here on this cliffside, which is hard to imagine because there's a banana plantation just about 20 feet away from us. So there's only an access road and sheer cliff for us and the people watching to cling to.
They just tore down through those, caution tapes just to get a closer look on the cliff, and they're down there as close as they can get. But getting ready for the next heat, we do see, I want to say that's Nicolas Chiara from Argentina getting ready, stretching those muscles and getting ready for the next heat, which will be coming up against Chilean Sasha Damjanic. And they're going to be going head-to-head out in the water. So Nicholas, he is ready, and he's very excited.
Oh, and they're more than excited. I'm sure there's plenty of other emotions coursing through their warm and very jittery bodies, I'm sure. As a fellow competitor, I can only imagine I'm getting a bit of a reprieve here in the booth, which I honestly don't mind. On a day like today, it's very intense, and definitely excited to have the best vantage point. I believe is the one we're sharing with you viewers at home.
Yes,
we've got the angles, we've got the replays, we've got even drone angles coming in for you. So everything really coming together for this incredible day of action here at the 2016 Fronton King.
Again, we posted where you at on our APB Tour Facebook page. Drop your comment. Tell me where you're tuning in from and what time it is. Love to hear what time it is.
And who you're rooting for.
And yeah, give us a name, who you're rooting for in this event and for the world title. Big shout out to Vince, Quinny, Sylvia, and Shamo. Look at this, Matias Diaz just trying to look for something, but pulls back on that as it looked like it was not much there for him. So Shamo and the family tuning in from Eastern Europe or Germany. Is Germany Eastern Europe?
It's in Europe for sure.
All right. Well, thank you guys for tuning in, and drop us your name again on the APB Tour Facebook page.
And I would be shocked if for the first time in this European leg, Shane Lono was not tuning in because he has been tuned in every broadcast throughout this incredible European leg of the APB World Tour. So to all of you faithful viewers, even a bigger shout out coming to you from the final event on the APB 2016 World Tour here at Fronton. We're thinking of you and we're remembering you who are faithful, so thank you so much for tuning in. And definitely, as you mentioned, Seamus, I think Seamus and Shane Lono are on the top of my list as far as the names I remember who are tuning in every single time that you put a shout out on the Facebook, boom, they just appear magically and say, yeah, we're tuning in for sure, bro.
So yeah, thank you all for tuning in. A big aloha to everybody tuning in from Hawaii. We are going to be punching away at these heats, and we can't wait to see some of the names. Matias Diaz, Mitch Rollins is coming up next. They're out in the water, right? And then we'll see Sasha Damjanic going against Nicholas Chiara. And then heat number 8, we will definitely see coming up. Wow.
That looks like a smoker. It looks amazing on paper. Ian Campbell, Igor Sanchez. Ian Campbell seated number 1. But let's take a look at live action. It's Mitch Rollins up on this right-hander. He's stalling, gets a small cover up there, finds a nice clean roll, survives it cleanly, and gets out into the channel. So good start for Mitch. Very smart to get on the board. This won't be a huge number, but he has seen the first heat of the day end with just small numbers. So if he can get up to a mid-range, he'll be stoked. Here's the ride. He's stalling. He's slowing that down. He does get a quick little cover up, and then he eyes up this section. A nice, clean, performed roll. Lands smooth on that foam ball that was exiting that breaking wave. So Mitch Rollins getting a nice start there, and it'll put him in a good spot in this heat so far. It'll start to even mount a little bit of pressure on Matias Diaz, who's now holding priority. He's continuing to eye up waves. I like that he looks so hungry. He's paddling for lots of his waves. See him now.
Matias Diaz dropping in on this left-hander. Not much there on it. Once the wave hits that reef, if it's not already lined up for you to just hit the gas and drive through these barrels, it's not going to offer up much of a barrel or a lip maneuver. So Matias, he paddles back out after that left-hand attempt.
Does look like score coming through for Mitch Rollins, 5.67, so a nice average score coming in for Mitch. And so far this afternoon, that is a keeper score. That can be something that could help him in his endeavor to advance on into round number 4. This round number 3 featuring all of the contenders in the world title race, and we were talking about heat number 8. Woo. Ian Campbell, our front runner, against Igor Sanchez. So since Ian's top seed, he's seated against the lowest seed, Igor Sanchez, and occasionally that can be super dangerous. We saw Igor Sanchez advance over Jeff Hubbard in the first round of competition. He put up one of the biggest flips, possibly the biggest maneuver we've seen yet of the event. So that is going to be potentially the most heated matchup of this round. Even though it's top seed going against the lowest seed, that could have some intense world title implications, because Igor Sanchez, I would definitely put him up at the highest on the list of guys I would not want to compete against here at Fronton.
During that 3, 4, 5 hour break we had between the morning surf and this afternoon competition, a lot of the riders went out and got a free surf in at one of the great waves that we have on this coastline. I won't mention the name just yet. Well, it's a lot of Canarians' favorite wave. And there's 2 names for it.
It is just 2 peaks down, and the foreigners call it something else, but it is known as Ojero. And Igor Sanchez was out there, and he was getting amazing rides. I was out there myself with, like you said, a bunch of the other competitors in this event, and it was one of the best days yet of the winter for waves on the whole island, and especially at Ojero. And we were able to get some amazing waves. It works on the mid and lower tide, so because it got too shallow here, it was getting perfect over there. Beautiful right-hand barrel. Even a couple lefts, it is a peak. So even the discussion was thrown out. But hey, just a quick paddle from Matias. The idea was thrown out, hey, wouldn't it be great if we could switch over there on a day like today and run some heats, low tide at an amazing wave like that? And that could be something that gets into the works for some of the future years if we get a little bit more mobile. But right now we are perched on the cliff.
Can you imagine a Gran Canaria Triple Crown?
Whoa.
Tons of options to make that possible. Look at the whitewash just filling up the reef here. Still, tide is still coming up. But man, that is a lot of water. Look at the left, just surging off of the reef right there.
So dry. And then look, normally, Manny, as you know, you ride waves straight in to climb back up the cliff. But on a day like today, it's best to paddle over to the next town. And that's what was brought up in the safety meeting.
Yeah,
hey,
it's not a bad
if
idea.
you end up getting washed in and you can scramble up the rocks, sure. But it's not advised. These riders will be putting their jerseys on in the water, actually. So when we saw Nicholas Chiara suited up, ready for his heat, he didn't have a jersey on because his jersey's waiting for him out in the water. And he will then suit up and get out into the water. These riders will. Here's we got Mitch Rollins. He's attacking this beautiful right-hander.
Oh my, he's going for the lip. Oh, Mitch Rollins, you can hear the crowd behind us. They are pumped with that maneuver. And I did not expect that to happen. I mean, a lot of barrel rides on that size of wave with that amount of water coming onto the reef. He had his eyes set on the lip from the get-go. So Mitch Rollins is going to be pulling away, far away from Matias Diaz after that ride.
Yeah, tons of commitment needed there. And like you said, Manny, it seemed like he was dialed onto that lip. Let's take a look at this replay. From the get-go, his face is pointed up. You can see he's eyeing that lip. He wants to attack it. There he sees that now's the moment. He draws his line up and through that heavy section. Big roll there for Mitch Rollins. Clean landing. Very committed maneuver from our rider in yellow, who's currently leading this heat, and he's pulling even further ahead of the Chilean in the red jersey, Matias Diaz. But Matias is still hungry, he's still excited, and it does look like we will have a score dropping for Mitch Rollins in 8.83, big numbers, and we totally agree because the competitors area, the whole cliff side just erupted in applause for Mitch Rollins on the completion of that roll.
Matias Diaz knows now he has to put everything on the line, which is kind of scary for me because now I'm afraid that he's probably going to just go on anything, whether it's a giant perfect barrel or if he can't see down the line clearly because he just wants to go on anything big. And here he is, Matias Diaz. He's going to opt for something in the medium-sized wave. Comes around that left. He's looking for a lip maneuver and not much there for Matias Diaz, so he loses priority on that wave and he paddles back out. Now with priority in his hands, Mitch Rollins can essentially ride this heat out if he wants to, but knowing Mitch, I'm probably, if a wave does come, a solid wave, he's probably going to go for it.
Yeah, and you know, the type of guy Mitch is, he wants to perform. He flew here to enter this event, to free surf, to just show that he's still one of the world's best bodyboarders. And I expect that, well, just more about that, but Planet Drone is providing these beautiful drone shots as we see Mitch Rollins. And here's a look as Matias re-enters the lineup. I was mentioning that I think Mitch is gonna just try to perform. He's going to just take the next opportunity to rip. He's not going to use that first priority to fend Matias off of a wave. I don't think he really cares what Matias does in this heat. Mitch is focused on himself. As we see this drone shot, Mitch is just going to continue to probably do his own thing. And, you know, we saw in other heats that riders, wow, on screen, just incredible barrel to spit, wow. Returning from Planet Drone, there we have a shot from Planet Earth, incredible barrel.
You can see the left, they are opening up, they're coming onto that reef, and if you can get into it early, and that's the key part, if you can get into these waves early, set that rail, hold that speed line, these waves, because there's so much force coming onto the shallow reefs, that force generates a ton of speed on your bottom turn, and it'll drive you straight into Eder Luciano, showing fellow Brazilian Uri Valadao that he did get a little bit of cut on the reef out there.
Yeah, he must have got rolled on that intense left-hander that he went on. Luckily, looks like just a few scrapes. Doesn't look too intense. I didn't see any gashes or gushing blood. Thankfully, we know there are some people that get a little queasy there. And as Garth McGregor returns to the area, it does appear that he also got a bit rolled. His suit's got plenty of holes in it. Both of his elbows are a bit cut out, but we see blood coming off his heel.
My.
So a battle-worn Garth McGregor, and he's not phased at all from those wounds. He's not licking them at all. He is just enjoying the moment. Still got a smile on his face. Terrific performance from both competitors in the previous heat. And it is a showdown now between Mitch Rollins and Matthias Diaz with just 5 minutes remaining. Mitch Rollins has control of this heat. Matthias has yet to really strike on anything substantial, but I have been very impressed that he's been active and seeking out the waves, still hungry, doesn't seem too sheepish or shy, and you know, it's really necessary in conditions like this to, you know, go for the gusto, they say.
Matthias Diaz with 4 minutes and 35 seconds remaining out in this heat, the second heat of the afternoon. And coming up next, we're going to see fellow Chilean, Sasha Damjanic, going against Argentina and Nicolas Giada. That's coming up. And make sure you don't miss that. Again, these waves are pumping on the shallow reefs here. Eder Luciano, super stoked to make it out of that heat. And it looks like they're prepping him up to get an interview. Hopefully it's with us, but man, these riders are going pretty epic battle out in the water. Not only against their fellow competitor out in the water, but against Mother Nature as well, because this wave is pretty heavy today with these conditions.
Pretty heavy. That's a way understatement, Manny.
What would you call it?
Ultra heavy. This is the ultra heavyweights.
We'll take
this is like
for
the
sure. Here we go. Matthias Diaz taking a look at this. He's trying to get in. He gets into that left. He makes it to the bottom, and he does. Will he come out at? Oh my gosh.
Does look like he came out of it and knifed off the back. There we see him on screen paddling back out. Can't wait to see this replay, because this was a terrific effort for Matthias Diaz to claw himself back into this heat. It will be a score that he can use to now attack the lead held by Mitch Rollins. Prior to this wave, Matthias was in combination, meaning he needed a combination of 2 scores to attack the lead held by Mitch Rollins. And I'm thinking it might be enough to get out of that combination situation. We'll wait for confirmation on the score, but take a look at this replay.
You can see right here, the bottom turn, everything looks solid, but then he gets to the bottom, and then he airdropped just for that very last second, and he was able to engage that inside rail into the face of the wave and just get out of there in the nick of time before it just unleashes that power on the shallows here at El Fronton. So Matthias Diaz clocking in a nice score for that drop, making it to the bottom, and a nice pocket ride, and it comes out cleanly. So Matthias, now he is in contention, but time is ticking away.
Time is ticking away indeed. And boy,
look at the
this
reef.
has been an amazing battle here. Terrific effort from Mitch Rollins, and even Matthias Diaz really going for it. This Planet drone footage just really showing you exactly how shallow it is, as you see the dark blue to the left of your screen continue to get more and more green, and as these waves suck up on the right side of your screen, that's exactly where that reef shelf is. You can see just right through, just maybe about a meter of water there, until a wave starts sucking up. Then it draws all that water off the reef, and it becomes very, very shallow, less than a meter, maybe even just centimeters of water covering that reef while these beautiful waves detonate on this shelf.
And that shelf is the reason why we have these incredible waves. And look at that, just, oh my God, amazing. Big shout out again to all the viewers from around the world for tuning in. Matthias Diaz taking a look. Fellow Chilean Jose is tuning in from Vial del Mar to watch fellow Chilean Matthias Diaz battling it out with Mitch Rollins. We have Pedro Rufino in Cabo de Vapo in Portugal. We got Juan Santos as well, Roy Overstreet in Wailua,
Yeah, Roy.
Steven in South Africa Brew, and we got Max in Santiago as well, tuning in here for the 2016 Fronton King, where not only a win here is at stake for the event itself, but a world title is at stake for some of the riders that are competing here at this event.
And now with under a minute remaining, score that was awarded Matias Diaz a 4.5. It is just enough for him to make it technically out of combo land. He does need now a perfect 10-point ride for him to beat Mitch Rollins and move on into round number 4. And with 15 seconds remaining, we may only have one more opportunity as we see Mitch Rollins. He's taking a look at this one and he keeps Matias off of it. Mitch Rollins stalling and he's looking for a section. Doesn't quite find what he was hoping for as he putts out into the channel, and that heat counts down to an end.
All right, so looks like riders are finishing up, and Matias Diaz grabbing a nice wave on the way in. Unfortunately, that did not help him out in that heat. So Matias Diaz, unfortunately, did not make it out of that heat, and it was Mitch Rollins who does advance on into round number 4. A little slow pace, but if the waves do come in, these riders are going to put it on the line for sure. So definitely more action is going to be had as soon as we get this next heat underway, and I believe we are going to come back with more epic action out in the water with the next heat, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Life is nourished by experiences that make you grow. So choose a destination where the climate is great all year round, where there's a new, thrilling landscape to discover every day. A destination full of unforgettable moments for you and for everyone. Choose a great destination. Choose Gran Canaria.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
Wild out here, oh my goodness. Out in the water we are seeing in red Sasha Damjanic, and yellow Nicolas Chiara. Nicolas Chiara from Argentina, and in red Chile. So wow, we have the replay on what just happened.
So take a look at this.
Oh my
Nicolas
goodness.
Chiara on this big bomb of a left-hander. He scoops. Look how vertical that is. It sucks up, and that explosion starts taking up the entire screen. Nicolas Chiara is in that barrel, and wow, what a ride for him. Just an amazing display of athleticism, and
That is going to be.
he made it out safely. Even though the camera didn't necessarily show it, he got spit out into the channel. 10-point ride. That's why when we came back to live, all you could hear in the back was eruptions, applause, everybody just going wild. The first perfect 10 of the event, and wow, Nicolas Chiara. Even Sasha was clapping for it. Did you see him?
So
He's
Sasha
even
Damjanic in the red jersey. Now he has, you know what? He's got pretty much a full heat. I mean, he can't put his head down. He's got, knowing him, he's out here to look for the biggest bomb and get the biggest barrel as well. But Nicolas Chiara's first wave coming in at a 10-point ride, that was incredible. It just got everybody here on the cliffside standing up and just cheering and clapping. And looks like Sasha taking a look. And a lot of these riders now opting and looking at this left wave more so than the right.
Yeah, and we've anticipated that a bit. A lot of the locals said that the left is going to be amazing this evening. And here we got Sasha. He's getting dropped into this one. He does escape, but just a short ride as he was, you know, kind of getting sucked up at the start of it, but it didn't really materialize too much. So we won't see a massive number being dropped for Sasha, but he's gotten on the board. Now his campaign started. And, you know, back to these lefts. With this direction, this size, and this wind, all these factors lend themselves to the left being pretty killer. There we see Nicholas just having a little look at that one. It rolls past both these riders, and we're still working on getting you the graphic there of the current heat, so apologies there. But wow, you are tuned in to some of the best action imaginable. We would say some of the best action happening in any sport, in any aspect of nature, really. I mean, this is just some of the finest and most amazing things that you could ever see. They're taking place out right behind us. We're bringing you the action, so thank you so much for tuning in live.
I mean, to see this on your screen and see these riders do what they're doing is pretty amazing. And we brought it up before, but I seriously think you need to bring your own eyeballs here next year, put it on the map, and turning around, taking a look at this. Nicholas Chiara on the left again, nice clean bottom turn. Let's see what this wave has to offer. Oh my, you can see it all just surging right on the shallows right there. We're gonna see what happens. Did it suck him over? All the competitors are looking to see what has happened, but it looked like he did escape just in time. But look at the water right there surging on your screen, and that's what he's escaping from. Because if you get caught into that whitewash, it's gonna suck you back down onto the reef and just hold you in this impact zone and then just ragdoll you across the reef. And that reef with these little barnacles, it's like a cheese grater. Look at that. Oh,
that's
my
how
goodness.
shallow it is on the left, but at the same time, that's the exit for some of these amazing barrels, and we've just seen perfect 10-point ride from Nicholas Chiara on that left. So he's going to continue to strike on that left. Sasha was able to get an incredible wave in one of his previous heats on a left as well, really charged and went for it. So I think, like you mentioned, Manny, we're probably going to be seeing a bit more of these lefts being attacked as the tide continues to get more favorable for these lefts.
If you are watching live right now, I suggest you message, you tweet, you Instagram, you Snapchat, do whatever you have to do, but tell your friends to watch this incredible action going down here at the 2016 Fronton King, because
yeah, I mean,
these guys are throwing it down.
Definitely got to let everybody know. I mean, use a pager, a fax, yell out your window, for goodness sake.
Who's
You know,
using
honk
a
your horn
pager
if you're
and
in your
fax?
car. I mean, do what you need to do to get the word out there. Even send a carrier pigeon message to your friend. It'll get there in time, we assure you, but tune in because
Look at this.
here's live action. Sasha Damjanic up and riding. Nice left-hander. Doesn't get extremely deep there, but he is being able to kind of tick his way through these left-hand rides that are coming in. And whew, it's getting hard to breathe up here, Manny, because it's the intense action that we have right behind us here in Fronton.
Well, here's the situation out in the water. You got this swell coming in from a different direction that we've had earlier in the week. Now it's hitting it and opening up the lefts a little bit longer, but still with the water filling in, the lefts are going to be getting a little better as the afternoon goes on. Sasha not making it to the outside, taking a look. But look at that. That's a perfect example. If you can get behind that lip and cut out right before it surges right there, that is going to get you those 10-point rides. And that is similar to what Nicholas Chiara had on his first ride. So the first 10-point ride going down to the Argentinian out in the yellow jersey.
And this is such an epic battle of South America in the water. A huge rivalry exists between Argentina and Chile. Maybe not quite as big of a rivalry as between Chile and Peru.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
these two, they split the bottom half of South America, and, Nicholas is literally in familiar waters because he's got the Atlantic on his side.
That's
and
right.
Sasha surfs the Pacific, and of course here in the Canary Islands we are in the Atlantic Ocean.
Probably a little bit more connection some way.
He's dialing it in for sure. I think Nicholas definitely has a body type that lends itself to making heavy drops, and he's able to get his short frame real vertical, as we saw on that perfect 10-point ride, and descend these massive waves that are coming in and then generate speed, the speed necessary to exit that tube and survive these waves. So we hear some hooting and hollering. There is a set approaching. It does look like just a short look from both riders. Boy, that wave was amazing. I'm just looking over my shoulder, kind of cheating. But we've got incredible surf right now, Manny.
I think there's a little priority situation right there. Nicholas Chioda dropping in on this left. Another solid, wide open, gaping barrel. Look at the inside. There you go. He got out of there just in time before it all got onto that inside part of the reef. But that's a solid wave right there. He could have got a little deeper, but again, I mean, his perspective is much different than what we have here in the safe zone, high above the cliff, away from that beast that they call El Fronton. So I had a fortunate pleasure of hanging out with Nicholas and his beautiful lady, Celeste, down in Tahiti after the event. And Celeste actually helping him out and coaching him where it needs to take a different perspective on the wave riding techniques that he already has. So they travel together around the world together. So it's a pretty awesome combination to be able to travel around with your lady.
And they're always smiling. I love it. Take a look at that, fellas. I mean, these are some of the waves going unridden, and it is absolutely amazing. And we do see wave approaching here.
Oh my goodness.
Sasha having a look.
Look at that.
Decides
bomb.
not to go, but that wave was absolutely incredible. Very intense left-hand ride there. And he just wasn't in the spot to attack it, or he didn't want a piece of it. Kind of hard to tell from our angle, like you said, Manny, in the safe zone, surely. And wow, this is heat number 7 of round number 3. 15 minutes remaining. We are going to be seeing an incredible heat coming right up in the form of Ian Campbell and Igor Sanchez. They're hitting the water soon and making their way down and close to the water's edge. I'm sure they're pretty fired up after finding out that the heat before them had a perfect ride in it. That was, from Nicholas Chioda on that first wave.
Sasa Damjanic, the Chilean, it's not over yet. I mean, he needs a combination of 2 new scores, but at 15.17, here he is. Oh my gosh, he's way high, and he makes the bottom, all the way to the bottom, and he just gets to the bottom and just gets another.
Does look like he made it out of
I take
that.
that back. He actually made it to the end of that wave, so he was able to ride that thing out. I thought he, from my angle, it looked like he got destroyed, but he was able to get to the bottom and ride out that wave to the shoulder.
Wow.
So Sasha, he's not out of it yet, even though he is in combination land of a 15 points. 2 solid scores, and 2 8s will get him that win to advance on out of this heat. So it's not over yet for Sasha Damjanic.
Yeah, it is not over for sure, and there's amazing numbers out there. We're gonna wait to see what that last score comes in as boy, it was critical, and he didn't necessarily get super deep, but he probably got about as deep as he could have, because the way that wave completely detonated, if he would have been any deeper, I don't think he would have escaped.
No, I mean, if he would have taken off just 2 feet deeper, he would have ended up on the reef for sure. But now priority is with Nicholas Chioda, and you can see Sasha, he's scrambling, he's trying to get in position. He still knows it's not over yet. So he's going to come back firing on pretty much every single wave that he has an opportunity to get down to the bottom to.
And there's still a fair amount of time, Manny. I mean, this is just still the first half of the heat, and we've seen the best action clearly yet. Let's having a look now. Sasha Damjanic up and riding here. There's a nice cute forward on the transition before throwing a little reverse as he makes it to the channel. So this will be a very interesting wave to see how the score comes through, because the amount of commitment necessary for that wasn't massive, but there's some technical aspects to it. We do see Nicholas Chioda just cruising on out of that one. We'll try to be bringing you replays of both of those rides from these riders in the water right now. And Sasha Damjanic, definitely an uphill battle for him. But, you know, Nicholas Cialda, he's just feeling it. You know, after getting a perfect 10, you're coasting, you know? I don't think he cares what happens in this heat so far as he has just shown the world that he can take on Fronton, and not many hombres can say that.
Exactly. It was pretty amazing, the cheering and the clapping that we heard on the beach as the 10-point ride was ridden from the Argentinian. Now Sasha waving his arm in the sky to try to get an update on the situation. Now let's take another look at what went down.
Here's Sasha, he scoops in here, and as that wave has that warble in it, he hits a nice air forward, lands on the transition where the next kind of part of that wave is breaking, throws the reverse, and now back to live action. These are the waves that our riders have to be able to negotiate, and it is so intense out there. We're seeing both these riders having a look, and that was just a great example. As both those riders had a peek at it, that wave was coming like under sea level, and it drew them up off the reef, but where they needed to access that wave and take off and paddle, it grew probably twice the size when it actually started breaking. So they have to get in early, they have to commit, and they have to fight all that water that's drawing off the reef and sucking up the face that kind of jacks these breaking waves up and makes them so intense and just so amazing to watch. Again, here on the cliff in Galdar, we have thousands of people joining the thousands of you who are tuning in online. So thank you for tuning in. And we do see scores coming in for Sasha, 4.5 for his last ride. So he's counting a pair of 4s, while Nicholas is counting a perfect 10 and a 5. Nicholas still has Sasha in a combination situation. Sasha needs 2 new rides, and we are now under 10 minutes remaining in this heat. And Sasha he's been moving. He's a young buck from Chile, but he is pushing it. He's impressing everybody right now because he is not looking timid. He's not looking phased right now. He's looking poised, and like if the right one comes in, that he could potentially fight his way back into this heat.
Yeah, I mean, what was that? Stewart getting one last. Is that Mike Stewart?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Mike Stewart getting one last massage before waking up to watch Ian Campbell and Igor Sanchez. I'm sure he's gonna delay or put that massage on hold if they don't finish before the end of this heat, because this next heat is going to be a vital one for that world title hunt. Ian Campbell going head to head with Igor Sanchez. That is going to be a fun one to watch, and that's going to be coming up in the next 10 minutes. Look at this, Sasha Damjanic. Oh, could not get. You saw him paddle as hard as he could, using one arm and kicking full steam, and still wasn't able to get down the face of the wave. The water was actually pushing him up and over. So I mean, there's so much energy out there. It's hard to explain.
If it could be harnessed, it could probably run the entire island of Gran Canaria's power.
Yes, it could.
And I mean, they do quite a bit of desalination here, so that could be technology to look into to help with the desalination to keep this fertile but arid island hydrated.
No, this wave is a ton of power, a ton of energy.
An incredible and almost an unfathomable amount of energy. I don't know exactly how that reef is still present, because the amount of power from those waves that breaks on it constantly. It's
at low tide, you're sitting here and you can actually hear it, and it feels like it's just a big old thunder just slamming on that reef, and it's a pretty incredible sight to see.
Must just be an incredible and very, very strong volcanic rock shelf, because you'd think if that was just coral that it would just evaporate.
disintegrate. Yes. But no, this is a very strong reef. It's been here for decades. No, sorry, century. No, it's been here since the beginning of time. And now it's just showing us how incredible it's been groomed, and it is just a perfect reef for bodyboarding. And we're stoked to be able to have this event, the 2016 Fronton King, here.
We got
for
some
this
lines
event.
coming in. Both our competitors are scratching out the back, trying to find a location on the reef where they might be able to access this wave. Holding that first priority is Nicholas Chiara, and second priority being held by Sasha Damjanic. And these waves are amazing, and I think one of the most difficult things, Manny, we talked about it before, is selection. Knowing which wave is the one you should attack and go for. And I don't want to make you nervous because your nails are already getting chewed up, but there's a massive set coming in. All these people are going to be screaming in about 10 seconds for the massive wave that's just about to break right in front of our competitors.
And that's
starting to hear hoots and hollers.
And that's only one side of this area. I mean, on the other side of where we are here, there's probably lines and lines of people taking a look. No takers. Taking a look. No, look at that thing just coming up. Oh my gosh. Luckily he didn't paddle for that or try to get into that one. Sasha, are they going for it? It looks like they are paddling and getting situated for the next wave. Look at this thing. Oh my. Sasha, no, my goodness, look at that. Oh, just the whitewash is just covering the entire screen.
Both directions, barreling and spitting their guts out, right and left on that one. And as you saw, they had to paddle so far out, and then they were still not in a place where they could catch it. They're almost too far out, even though they had just paddled out. And I mean, you have to pretty much airdrop from underneath. There you see how much it's sucking up. You know, a few moments ago, they were at the bottom of the screen, and then that wave sucked them up, and as it passed them, it almost reached to the top of the screen. It's just amazing. I mean, I'd like to get somebody to jump on the old physics diagram and try to explain how this stuff can happen with this these kind of hydrodynamics out here.
Well, hopefully the riders take full advantage on trying to figure out where to set up and harness the power. And here we go, Sasha Damjanic from Chile finding a nice left. Oh, bails right in the belly of the beast, and hopefully he gets out of there. Yes, he's able to punch through that wave and grab his board.
Looked like it was barreling perfectly, but waiting for him before the channel was a huge chunk of white water just gurgling from the water pulling off the reef. It not only pulls off the front of the reef to help these waves apex, but it pulls off the side of the reef, as we've seen. Very difficult for these riders to negotiate the end of that left. As we use the pullback shot, occasionally you'll see the water just falls off this shelf while these waves series on through and drain off it.
3 minutes, 26 seconds remaining, and Nicholas Chiara looking very good to be advancing on. Again, anything could happen in those 3 minutes. Sasha could turn around and get 2 solid 8-point rides and get into that first place spot. But we haven't seen that happen yet throughout the entire event. So Sasha just counting down the minutes, and Nicholas can't wait to get out of this heat and be welcomed with the cheers and clapping from the people here on the beach for that 10-point ride. Sasha Damjanic, the Chilean. Oh, you can see the frustration right there from Sasha, the young kid who has progressed pretty far into this event and is stoked to be out there, but unfortunately Mother Nature's not delivering the waves in his direction.
Well, I think there was probably a few that he could have accessed earlier on, and so whether he's just a little frustrated with himself or with the waves, it's a bit hard to tell. But I definitely wouldn't suggest splashing the waves out here and showing any bit of disrespect to not only Mother Nature but specifically this wave Fronton, as it could take control of any of the riders who today attempt to access it.
And that's the thing, you said a word we haven't used yet. Respect for Mother Nature is definitely one that you have to have before even entering the water today with these conditions. Or any time, whether it's 2 feet, 1 feet, or 6 to 8 feet. El Fronton, respect for Mother Nature, definitely on the top of the list. So, time coming down, 1 minute 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute 30 seconds remaining in the water, and it looks like Nicolas Chiara with his 10-point ride and 5.17 will be enough for him to win this heat. But still, waiting for the last few seconds to tick away.
And we are clocking on down to that manic minute, just about 65 seconds remaining now. And boy, this has been a glimpse of what's possible. Nicolas Chiara really showing us some incredible stuff, getting the first perfect 10 of this event, and just obviously the best ride yet today. Simply incredible. And backing it up with a 5.17, that's still higher than anything Sasha's been able to come up with so far. So, had Nicholas only gotten a couple 5s, he'd still be in the lead. Even if he didn't catch another wave after the 10, he'd still be in the lead.
Sasha Damjanic, the Chilean, one last chance right here as the time winds down, and not much there. If he would even tried to do a maneuver right there, he would have got launched, not in the direction of the face of the wave, but he would have got pushed. He would have got, oh my, airdrop. Nicolas Chiara on the giant airdrop, and he makes it to the bottom, and you saw his body getting pushed up the face of the wave. Oh my goodness. So Nicolas Chiara did not even have to go on that massive wave, but he waited for it anyways, and showing that he's not afraid to be out there in these conditions. So winning that heat, the Argentinian, with a solid heat, Nicolas Chiara from Argentina. Wow, that was amazing.
That was simply amazing. Definitely congratulations to all the Argentinian bodyboarders and fellow countrymen of Nicolas Chiara, who I'm sure are very excited about that. And of course to Nicolas himself, incredible performance. He's definitely been pushing himself this year, specifically on the 2016 APB World Tour. He's been a very talented and powerful rider for a number of years, but I think that heat right there is basically just kind of his welcoming to the upper echelon of the sport of bodyboarding. I think he's going to have the respect of all the riders and all the viewers too, I would believe.
Yes.
For what has just been witnessed here at the Fronton King.
And we're just preparing right now for the next heat, who you're going to see the tour leader, Ian Campbell from South Africa, go head-to-head against a local legend here in the Canary Islands, Igor Sanchez. So Igor Sanchez, no stranger to the big reefs, big heavy waves, and Ian Campbell still on the hunt for his first world title, and it could happen here at the 2016 Fronton King event.
So we are going to take just a few minutes now because the jet ski needs to get some petrol in it. So they're gassing up the ski. We're taking just a very short break now before we start the next heat, number 8 of Ian Campbell and Igor Sanchez. So we are going to be just biding a little bit of time, just being able to actually catch our breath from the intense action in heat number 7. And of course, welcome to the greatest show on earth. This is the Fronton King 2016 APB World Tour, the final event of the year. Dave Hubbard alongside Manny Vargas, bringing you the live action, and we are just fired up, Manny.
Yes, we are. And a quick rundown on the round number 3 winners so far in those first 5 heats. It was Omri Laverne in that first heat, winning. Mike Stewart taking heat number 2. Jacob Romero in heat number 3. We had Alex Uranga, who is also on the hunt for a world title. He advanced down out of that heat. Eder Luciano beating out Garth McGregor in heat number 5, and we saw Mitch Rollins winning that last heat. Heat prior to this last heat. Nicholas Chiara is the last winner so far. We have Ian Campbell and Igor Sanchez standing by out in the water. So check this out. We do have an interview right now with Mitch Rollins. Let's hand it over.
Hi everyone, welcome back here to Fronton King 2016. We have here Mitch Rollins from Australia, just previous winner of round 3, heat number 6. What do you reckon about the swell today?
The swell's been relentless today. It's just non-stop, big period swell, so much energy in the water. It's just, I can't get enough of it. It's incredible. I think the tide was a little bit too low for the first few heats, but we got to make do with, you know, the conditions and then you fight your way into the final round, so you can get to surf some big heats. So hopefully we can keep going.
Sure. Well, what's the look of the wave that big with this condition from the side? You know, people would love to know what's the feeling of the wave on the channel.
The thing with this big long period swell, the water's just draining from the reef, and you try to paddle in and the water's going so fast up the face that it's hard to actually get down, and there's bumps and steps and you can see everything on the bottom. It's just it's pretty daunting, but the level of the riders that are here, it's just so inspiring, and the crowd and the Canary Islands is just the best place to be for a bodyboard.
Sure. Remember last time you were here, you got pretty much the same condition in the last final in the event here in Fronton. Was it with Jace Finlay? Yeah, right. Is the same conditions or something?
I think this is more heavy. Maybe it was bigger then, but today is so concentrated on the reef, and there's no escaping it. If you're getting a wave, it's going to be a heavy one, and it's scary. It's hard to get in, it's hard to get out, and it's a heavy wave.
Well, man, thank you for everything. Congratulations for that heat. See you in the next round, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Mitch Rollins is telling it pretty much how it is. I mean, back in 2011, where he went head-to-head with Jason Finlay, ended up in second behind Jason, but he called it right there. All of this energy just surging right onto the shallow reefs here at El Fronton. So pretty hectic to hear it from Mitch Rollins as well. I mean, that first-hand account from one of the biggest big wave riders on the planet.
And like you said, man, he was telling it straight. You know, he's not embellishing anything. He's a pretty mellow character, and he cuts it clean. And to get those words and the description there was, just a little insight into actually what's happening. Of course, as Manny mentioned, we're up here in the safety zone, but to hear from Mitch Rollins, who is actually out there in the water, just amazing.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to commercials, and when we come back, Ian Campbell, Igor Sanchez, that's going to be a pretty epic fight right there. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulses sagging out and losing the pace. It's the way you feel, man, not the way you taste. Rebel, I see you with your gun.
Life is nourished by experiences that make you grow. So choose a destination where the climate is great all year round, where there's a new thrilling landscape to discover every day. A destination full of unforgettable moments for you and for everyone. Choose a great destination. Choose Gran Canaria.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
Fronton King and Manny V here with David Hubbard, and here's a shot of the next heat out in the water. It is your leaderboard leader, Ian Campbell, facing off with the Canarian Island rider, Igor Sanchez. Ian Campbell is on the hunt for his first world title, and it's going to be pretty exciting.
Igor Sanchez was so backlit, the sun was directly behind him when that photo was taken. Just the silhouette available of Igor Sanchez there, and we do have an amazing drone shot, as Manny introduced to you, from Planet Drone. That is the world #1. He's leading the title race. He's in the red jersey. He's the top seed here, and he is battling against Igor Sanchez, one of the favorite riders here of the Canary Islands, especially of this spot, El Fronton. But he's living in Chile. Actually has bodyboardshop.cl, as well as a physical, actually brick and mortar shop down there, right there in the 5th sector, I think, Sector 5, I think that's where it is, in Reñaca, down in Viña del Mar, right outside of Santiago, Chile. And he, has been living there for a few years, but still bodyboards all the time. And of course, he's going to come back home to the Canary Islands, where he was born and raised, and especially come back here for an event like this one. And he wants an opportunity to be the Fronton King here at the final event on the 2016 APB World Tour.
Well, this heat right here has a pretty heavy implications on the World Tour hunt. Ian Campbell right now leading the charge. Let's, for example, say Ian Campbell advances on. He, along with PLC, have the best chances if they keep continuing to advance on. But if Ian Campbell cannot make it out of this heat, Igor Sanchez wins,
it opens up the door.
It opens up the door to the remaining 4 competitors that are on the hunt for the world title. Then looking solid would be PLC, but PLC, he's going to be coming up in heat number 9 against Eduardo Rodriguez. It's not a walk in the park for Pierre, even though the Canary Island rider, Eduardo Rodriguez, he's going to put up a fight for sure. So these next 2 heats are going to be very, very crucial when we're talking about the world title contingent.
For sure, and these are intense heats. These are exactly, as you mentioned, Manny, so clearly, where it all comes to a head, and all eyes of the bodyboarding world are on both of these 2 riders.
All right, so Igor Sanchez and Ian Campbell, they are, looks like they're paddling to try to get into position for some of the sets that they may see on the horizon. And we are still waiting for the start. All right, we are starting.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And the jet ski has arrived to the lineup, and you heard in the background, I don't know if you can or not, but it has started. The heat has started. Heat number 8, Ian Campbell, the South African, the current World Tour leader, going head-to-head with Canary Island legend himself, Igor Sanchez. And Igor Sanchez, he has something to prove here. He wants to have a Fronton King win on his resume. And Ian Campbell, he wants something to prove, and that is a world title. So out in the water waiting patiently, but check this out. This thing just appeared on our table, the World 2016 World Title Trophy. I'm not worthy of touching it, but there it is.
There it is, and that's going to be awarded at some point in this event, potentially on the final day, the same day that the Fronton King is presented their trophy as well. But this is what the men have been working all year for, surfing event after event. But we do have action right here. Rider, it is Igor Sanchez, up and riding on this left-hander. Let's see exactly what transpired on that one, but it did look like he dropped into a heavy left-hander. Not totally sure if he made it, but boy, he went for ages there.
All right, look at a nice big panoramic view of El Fronton and then straight into the drone shot, and it looks like there's some paddling to try to get in position. Ian Campbell, the South African, all by himself with priority. He's turning around, he's taking a look. He sees this left, he's gonna drop in on this one and slides under the lip, gets inside of the barrel, and Ian Campbell, that is his first ride of the heat. A quick in and out on the left, but a heavy one for sure.
Not priority, not priority.
So yeah, great opening exchange. Ian Campbell got the better of it, and he's going to get back out to the lineup first because he didn't ride it as far or the wave didn't ride him as far, I should say, for Igor. But so in the lead of this heat, in priority, and also in the lead of the title hunt, Ian Campbell here. Round number 3, heat number 8, and boy, this is exciting, Manny.
Oh my gosh, yes, Ian Campbell, a lot riding right now on this heat, but he is looking good, and it looks like he's not letting his guard down at all, even though he's going against one of the best El Fronton riders, Igor Sanchez, out in the water. So this 25-minute heat has started, and we are now rocking and rolling. Ian Campbell clocking in a 3-point ride, Igor Sanchez at 1.83. The lefts looking a lot more favorable than the rights with this swell direction and the tide. So a lot of riders are waiting patiently for those lefts to roll in. And after seeing a 10-point ride from the Argentinian Nicolas Chiara, they're definitely going to keep an eye open on these left-hand waves.
And just arriving from the town he just had to walk from after getting back to the shore, Nicolas Chiara being met with massive applause from all the riders here, and he's usually fired up, big smile, and just amping, and no difference right now. He is stoked, fired up, and there is his greeting to his, I'm sure, very worried mate there.
Oh yeah.
His girlfriend would have been having heart palpitations, but they're together again, and she is fired up. Let's see what happens. We got some waves off the back.
Oh my, Ian Campbell, no. Igor Sanchez, yes. Igor Sanchez in position, making the drop, and he has that nice clean stance as he gets inside of the barrel. It's a little short ride. He was more of a pocket ride, was able to make the drop. Ian Campbell wasn't able to get that push down the face of the wave, so pulled back. Igor Sanchez just a little bit to the left of him and able to make the drop for a quick, clean ride.
But that was exciting, and I hope the replay will start all the way from the beginning where Ian Campbell looked like he was gonna attack that wave, and he was actually too far up on the face, a little too deep, and he had to let that one slip underneath him. Igor wasn't about to let that opportunity pass him. He went for that wave. I do believe now Igor is going to put himself into that first place position. A 3.73 for Igor Sanchez. Compare that to Ian Campbell's 3-point opener. And that just kind of gives you a framework of how critical, how deep, how big, how gnarly you have to go out here to get awarded a big number. And we saw that in the last heat, a perfect 10. Nicholas Chiara putting it all on the line, and he got the best ride of the day, best ride of the event. Let's take a look at Ian Campbell. He's now up and riding.
Ian Campbell, the South African, dropping in on this left, and he finds a clean pocket. Oh, and he decides to go for a roll before exiting out of that, and he cuts out right there. So Ian Campbell putting together a combination of a clean, quick barrel into a pocket ride, and then exits that wave with a roll. So Ian Campbell, just keep moving. He's keeping on moving. So Ian Campbell with his second wave of the heat.
Yeah, this is already shaping up to be a great battle. As we noted on paper, this one looked super exciting. Let's take a look at Igor Sanchez on this right-hander.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Huge air reverse.
As he comes out of that.
He's hanging on, and oh my goodness, he is gonna complete that ride. That is a complete air reverse in my book. He is all the way on the shallows.
Oh my gosh.
He rode that as far as he possibly could, and unfortunately you're gonna have to wait for the highlights to see the replay of that. If you saw that live,
wow,
you are in
look at him.
An elite group. There's Igor Sanchez. He's way inside. He rode that all the way
Look, he's
in.
getting pushed into the cliff.
He's now pretty much exactly where you access the shelf. So scores coming in for Ian. A 5.5 for his barrel to roll.
Oh
and
my.
It does look like yellow is going to be not awarded.
Ian Campbell, he knows he has to do something. Not much there, but he's waiting for that inside section to line up. He's going to try to hit the lip and do a maneuver of his own. And look at this thing shaping up. No, not much there. So a world title is on the hands, or is on the line right now for Ian Campbell. And he knows that the cheers were heard. He's probably going to wave his hand and want to get a situation out in the water. But Igor Sanchez could be the spoiler for the South African out in the water, Ian Campbell. Oh my goodness.
Let's see Ian as he's going to get out to the lineup and take a look at this one. Igor Sanchez definitely had to kind of start over from scratch, and he had to make his way over to the channel. He's going to be paddling back out. Ian Campbell is now getting to the lineup.
If you're looking at the panoramic shot here on your screen, remember, Igor Sanchez actually went right on that wave and ended up in the keyhole right across on the other side of your screen. Look at this wave, out the back. Ian Campbell, he knows what he has to do. Airdrop to this right, and this thing is opening up. Will it stay open for him? Can he come out? Oh, the door slammed shut for Ian Campbell on that big right-hand wave, but going for it, he's getting claps from the fans here on the beach. Wow, he still has time to get priority and get back out to the lineup. So he is going to paddle out wide just so to make sure he doesn't get caught inside. And he's going to make his way back out. So red, Ian Campbell. Not a high scoring wave, but a big wave right there for Ian Campbell. Wow. This is getting pretty exciting now, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, this is intense. This is super awesome stuff, seeing both of these riders really push it. And here we have Ian Campbell. He scoops down into that, and he looks like he lost quite a bit of speed. And as he starts getting covered up, tons of explosion on the outside, but also on the inside of that barrel. And he is unable to ride out of that one. Ian Campbell with the incomplete ride gets a short score for that. Just a 2-point ride. So
oh my goodness,
Ian
look at that.
Campbell, and here's the
one side.
The thousands of people that are clinging to the cliff here.
Goodness.
And just watching this action unfold right in front of their eyes. And thank you for tuning in and watching the action unfold in front of your eyes. Thank you too if you've let a friend know about the incredible action on offer on the live feed, apbtour.com/live. And here's just a little look at the scores from the judges' point of view. And Yeah, it's tough out there, Manny, for the riders. It's almost as tough as it is for the judges.
Ian Campbell trying to get down into that one, but it just got away from him. As you've seen, he is a strong paddler. His family full swimmers, but with the amount of power that Ian Campbell has, it still wasn't enough for him to get down the face of the wave. But that's how much water is moving up the face of the wave as the riders are trying to paddle down the face of the wave. So a lot of energy out in the water from both the rider and the ocean. So Ian Campbell, time is ticking away for the hopes of Ian Campbell's first world title. Ian Campbell currently is still waiting for all the scores to drop. 14.05 minutes remaining.
Yeah, wow, what an amazing heat we have on our hands. This one is absolutely incredible. The scores are not reflecting what's happening out in the water, that is for sure, because we are seeing such incredible action happening in the water, and to see very small scores being awarded. But hey, it's really difficult for the judges up there. So I'd say almost as difficult for the judges as it is for the riders right now. And it's so challenging for all the riders, and hey, you can't blame those judges either for making those decisions.
So obviously I think the judges have deemed that big air reverse from Igor Sanchez incomplete, as he didn't come out totally in front of that whitewash.
I think they're the only people on the cliff that fought that. So all the riders, everybody else here in the area, they're alone. They're completely alone in thinking that. So as a rider myself, can't help but get a little passionate at times like this. But since you brought it up, the judges have deemed Igor Sanchez's beautiful air reverse to have been incomplete, only worthy of a 3-point ride. So since you brought it up, Manny, I kind of wanted to stay away from that topic, but hey, it's only fair that we let the viewers know what happened.
That is the explanation for that score that's on the scorecard. They deemed it as an incomplete air reverse. So that is the scores on your scorecard. Igor Sanchez currently in second place, looking for a 4.78. Totally doable for Igor Sanchez. Ian Campbell's hopes are still wide alive with that first place spot. Again, it's not over. 12 minutes remaining. Ian Campbell, here we go. Up and riding on this left. Oh, gets behind that section and gets totally shut down on. And he's in the shallow part of that reef right there and cuts out. Now, with priority, Igor Sanchez in the yellow jersey from the Canary Islands. He loves this wave. He loves all the reefs on this side of the island here in Gran Canaria, the European sports island. So a big shout out to GranCanaria.com for holding it down and being one of the main sponsors here at the 2016 Fronton King, Igor Sanchez.
He's up and riding on this right-hander, finds a bit of cover, throws a cute little hop jam out of that one. Just a bit of celebration there. And yeah, Igor Sanchez is gonna paddle back out and continue to really show that he is one of the best riders of El Fronton. And even though he's not living on Gran Canaria at this moment in time, he is here competing for the Fronton King, and there are absolutely amazing waves happening right behind us, and we're bringing them to you live here on the APB Tour live stream.
Taking a look at this one, oh my God, ton of water out in the water. So Igor Sanchez's last wave, nice clean barrel, 5.5. So now Igor Sanchez in that first place position. Ian Campbell only needing I can't say only because this is El Fronton. A 3.74 is what Ian Campbell needs now, right, for this. So going into that first place spot, Igor Sanchez. Ian Campbell now on the hunt for a 3.74 with 10 minutes, 16 seconds remaining.
Oh, wow. This heat is just starting to come come to life. We see 5.5s on both scorecards. So Igor Sanchez and Ian Campbell both have a 5.5. With 10 minutes remaining, if they're both going to count those 5.5s, it'll be a battle of the backups. Right now, the 3.73 is above that 3-point ride that Ian Campbell has in his score line. So even though it looks like a low scoring affair from what the numbers are showing, this is an action-packed, incredible heat happening out in the water. And the pressure is definitely on Ian Campbell. Igor Sanchez, nothing to lose. He's going to be regarded as one of the best riders of El Fronton, no matter what happens in this heat.
Yeah.
But for Ian Campbell, there's a world title on the line.
Yeah, Ian Campbell, he's got to play it really smart now from this point on. 9 minutes remaining, and a 3.74 seems to be more elusive than attainable in these conditions here at El Fronton. And you can still see the reef. The tide is still filling in. Soon it'll be totally covered. And the shape will actually get a little cleaner. As you can see right there, the rights are starting to form up a little better. So the rights and lefts now are possible out here with the tide still filling in. Here we go, Ian Campbell on a smaller, medium-sized one, looking at this left, going for a big roll right there. And he pulls it off. The crowd loves it, clapping, cheering, and he'll cut out of that. Again, a 3.74 is what he was after. That looks like it could be what he...
Yeah, he's knocking at the door, as we like to say.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, Manny, really small insider, but clean riding. Fluid approach, was able to get a bit of projection on that roll and made it worthwhile. Even threw a little bit of sugar and spice on the end of it with that tidy forward spin. So, you know, he wants to really assert himself in this heat, and he really wants to show that he can take the lead, which he just has. 5.23 awarded for Ian Campbell. He's now in the lead. Igor Sanchez needing a 5.24 to take back the lead.
So Ian Campbell from Durban, South Africa. This is his third year on the tour, and so far his best result is that win. 2 wins on the tour this year in 2016.
Exactly. And he is currently ranked #1. So let's take a look at this live action. Igor Sanchez up and riding on this one, and he's going right. He's hoping to find another big ramp there. Punts a nice big invert. So difficult to ride out of these maneuvers, and it does look like he...
Explain to us the difficulty of, I mean, that any other beach, Igor would have pulled that off, but explain to us why that maneuver is so hard to pull off. Any maneuver to pull off in that inside section.
Well, because the waves are wrapping around this shallow reef and exploding with such force, as the riders find these sections coming on the wrapping of the reef, they have to land them going back towards the power section, and that's where all the water is exploding. That's where everything is converging, and that makes it just so intense. So that makes it really difficult to land these rides.
Ian Campbell on the left. Ian Campbell finds this nice clean barrel, and he's going to come out with a spit. Clean wave right there for Ian Campbell with a little quick snapperoo. So Ian Campbell getting a clean, smooth, really quick pocket ride. Got covered up on the takeoff, but ended up being a pretty clean, smooth ride for Ian Campbell, making himself back out into the lineup. Igor Sanchez still within striking distance to knock out your current tour leader, Ian Campbell.
Yeah, just simply amazing, simply incredible stuff we're watching unfold in front of us. Does look like Igor Sanchez is gonna get the first priority, and that could come in really crucial. Let's take a look at the replay of Ian Campbell here as we see him scoop in there. He's right there in the pocket, actually even gets a little bit of a cover up there, and he gets a bit of spit wasping on him. Then there's the snapper, as you called it. I like to call it a little hop jam and that was just a bit of elation as Ian Campbell left that wave. It's not going to change the situation. It's another 3. So it's this warm, glowing lighting here on the cliffside, and it did look like Alexandra Linder and Ruth Pinedo sharing courtside seats.
Yes. And Ruth is actually the wife of Pierre-Louis Cross, who will be coming up in the next heat against Eduardo Rodriguez. Ian Campbell taking a look at this one. Ian Campbell on the right, sizing up this section at the end bowl. What's he going to do? Finds the shade of the clouds, and he finds a barrel, and he's going to cut out after pulling out of that one. But on the outside, Ian Campbell is going to kick his way over to the channel. Going up and over that wave was Igor Sanchez, but a super clean, solid wave. Ian Campbell playing it really smart, getting these inside without priority, these inside waves, and clocking in these solid, clean maneuvers and barrels, which may in the end. But look at this, Igor Sanchez
dropping into this one.
My.
Nice barrel there for Igor, and finds a nice clean roll. And wow, that was intense. Everybody's going wild and erupting in applause. Igor is getting dealt with by the whitewater and safely emerges. Now he's gonna launch back into the channel. 3 minutes 20 left.
Oh my goodness.
They're gonna both paddle back out and hope for another exchange. Igor wants to turn the tide on Ian Campbell. He wants to get back in that leadership position. There we see a nice pulled back shot. That is the piece of reef that these waves are breaking on. So very shallow. In your far left corner, you see Igor paddling back out, and you know, Ian Campbell has just gotten back out to the lineup. He's at the top of the screen, still on the left of where the last wave broke. So he's gonna have first dibs on some of the next rides that come in. We're still waiting for scores of both riders, and this exchange could be crucial in this heat. They both had a nice exchange. They both will probably be their second scoring rides. Let's take a look at Ian. He gets into the section. It's a slow start, but he does finish out with a nice little barrel on the inside of that section, and comes out clean. Clean little barrel from Ian. And as we see the replay, Igor is way back at the peak, getting that barrel more critical, and there he hits that roll, so critical there again, and you know, lands the bounce, but then just gets tumbled into the whitewater. Does seem like a 7.33 is being awarded for Igor Sanchez. That puts him into that first place position. Now Red needing a 7.34. Ian Campbell needs a 7.34 to keep his title hopes alive. And of course, if all the title contenders go down in round 3, Ian Campbell will still be the world champion. But to keep his hopes alive in this event, and just seeing what those other guys do, you know, it'll be in his best interest to advance, and that's what he's really doing his best, very best to do. We've got just a minute and 15 seconds left.
Oh my goodness.
This is situation critical.
Yes.
This is a very intense moment for all the South Africans who are rooting for Ian Campbell. Ian Campbell has a large following around the world who watch the Chasing Red blog. Ian does have priority. We're down into that minute, so the next wave that comes, Ian will have the first opportunity to go.
7.34 is what he's after. 7.34. Ian Campbell, 40 seconds remaining. Will that wave come in for Ian Campbell? I'm looking over my shoulder right now, and you know what? He is making his way to the inside. 7.34, 7.34. And he's going to dig really hard. And Ian Campbell, 7.34. Look at this thing. Oh my God. He puts it all on the line for that bomb, and it just crumbles down on him, just like the possibility of the hopes of becoming world champion in 2016. But let me tell you, he is putting in a solid effort. Unfortunately now, he does not have the cards in his hands. Now he has to wait patiently for the other riders who are in contention for the world title to see how they perform against their competitors in these next heats. Oh my goodness. So the door has now been opened. Who is going to walk in and be called that world title, world champion 2016?
Absolutely amazing. Such an intense heat. And
wow.
Big props to that man on screen, Ian Campbell. He put it all on the line. He wasn't going to go down without a fight. And
look at that.
With the horn just about to ring, Ian Campbell's last ride of the 2016 APB World Tour is that right there.
Goodness.
And that is a great way to finish an amazing season. Ian Campbell has been one of the top performers of the APB World Tour in 2016. An incredible, just an incredible performer, an amazing athlete, and just kudos to him and to all his supporters. He has really proven the world that he is one of the best bodyboarders in the world in this day and age. So well done to Ian, but it's Igor Sanchez moving on through to round number 4.
That's right. So Ian Campbell did an incredible job here. He did not go down without a fight on that first or that last wave right there. So now, unfortunately, he's got to sit on the sidelines and see how the other world title contenders are going to fare in this event. So we do have the heat underway out in the water.
This is another heat with world title implications. It's PLC versus Eduardo Rodriguez. PLC already has a ride, and we are going to be bringing you a replay now. So let's see this replay. Pierre scoops into this right-hander. He's stalling. He's hoping for a tube. He does get a pocket ride and just kind of gets covered up by some of the falling lip there, but not a whole lot on offer points-wise for the first ride of heat number 9. PLC getting an early start on Eduardo Rodriguez.
Again, welcome everybody to the 2016 Fronton King. Here's the channel. We got Ryan Hardy out there as laying an extra little safety support down in the water. And looks like we're getting things situated as far as caddying. Extra fins, extra boards are being out there. But PLC out in the water, heat number 9. In the red jersey, Eduardo Rodriguez from the Canary Islands in yellow in heat number 9. So Igor Sanchez, the one Canary Island rider, advancing on to round number 4. We do have a few other riders, including Eduardo Rodriguez, Diego Cabrera, Daniel Quintana, and they will be fighting to keep the Canary Island flag in this event flying.
So it does look like we've just been notified. As we can see the sun setting there on the island of Gran Canaria, we are going to be running out of light. So this is the last heat of the day. Last heat of the day is heat number 9, PLC and Eduardo Rodriguez. So
oh my goodness.
Massive waves detonating
on the
out
cliff
behind us, and like Manny said, the vibrations are being sent all of the 84 feet up to where we are presently sitting in the safety zone, mind you. And just seeing these massive, massive waves just unloading with so much power. And you know, when it's 2 to 3 foot out there, it can feel like it's 5 to 6 feet, and you can get just as pounded as somewhere when it's 6 to 8 feet. But when it's 6 to 8, 10 foot plus out here, there's as much power as there is on an outer reef when it's 30 feet. And there's no water like an outer reef where there's the deeps to get pushed into.
Here we go.
There's probably about an inch of water sometimes.
Pierre-Louis Costas on this left-hander now, trying his fair. Oh, goes for his patented backflip right there on the left hand and pulls it off, rides off the side of the wave, but PLC showing no fear And I don't want to say he's coasting through this heat just yet. We have yet to see Eduardo Rodriguez catch his first wave. So if you have Canary Islands as your home, you've already been tagged as a big wave reef rider. Here he is, up and ready. Eduardo Rodriguez lining up this right-hander, coming off the bottom, going for an invert, and lands perfectly on the face of the wave. So a solid maneuver right there on the medium size, on the smaller size wave right there was Eduardo Rodriguez, but a clean maneuver pulled off from the Canary Island local. Big shout out to everybody tuning in from around the world. Alex Perez is tuned in from Orange County. We got Clayton as well. Luciano, Ryan O'Connor is tuning in from Ohio, landlocked. Dougie Fresh and Robin Reed in South Africa supporting Ian Campbell. Here's another look at Eduardo Rodriguez's last wave.
So he's got a clean line. He's waiting until this moment now where he sees the section, takes all that speed from the top, comes up and around, flies a nice clean invert, and lands very smoothly. So beautiful exchange on both the left and the right. So we'll have to wait and see what scores come in for PLC and Eduardo Rodriguez. But it does look like we've got a massive wave.
PLC
getting to the bottom of that one.
Is he going to come
and
out? Oh my
getting
goodness!
Spit out. He is also letting people know there's an issue. I think one of his fins may have got blown off, but that's one of the best waves of the day. We are likely going to see an excellent score being dropped there for PLC. Just an amazing, such a thick, heavy ride there for PLC. He's holding his head. He had an intense session out at Ojero earlier today, and he actually hit his face. Let's just take a look at this replay, and there he is paddling again. But it does look like we're waiting for scores to come in. So of that air exchange, a 5 for Eduardo and a 4 for Red, and it does look like a 9.83 for this of PLC. He scoops onto the bottom, and this thing just freight trains in front of him. He's definitely in the barrel.
Wow.
The wave spits, and it blows it out, and now he's just elated. He flies out of that barrel, he's excited, and he gets the second highest score of the Fronton King Pro, a 9.83.
Wow.
Here on this beautiful day of competition.
Wow, there is the beautiful wife of PLC, Ruth. She is very happy, and she's sitting right next to the winner of our last event back in Nazaré, Alexandra Rinda, multiple world champion in the women's division. So pretty awesome couple there watching PLC out in the water. PLC pulling away from Eduardo Rodriguez, but it's still plenty of time. 17 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. And Red, once again, PLC just having a field day out there. He's not done yet. Look at that. A forward air into the shallow reef, and he was going to pull it off. He is on fire right now. I don't know where he's getting this energy. He was actually down at Agujero getting some big pits out there, and here he is just putting everything on the line and making it look easy. Oh my goodness, PLC in the red jersey. Oh my.
You know, PLC was aware of what happened in that previous heat and knew that one of the title contenders was eliminated from this competition. PLC is not going to go down softly, and it does look like PLC has gotten an 8.5 for his last wave. He's got a huge cumulative score on the board, and now Eduardo Rodriguez is in combination situation.
Wow.
Massive waves coming out the back.
You saw that big panoramic shot. We saw some lines coming in out the back. Our boys back home call it the corduroy. And there are lines. Look at that energy unloading on the shallow reefs here at Fronton. The people in the stands are standing up. The athletes are standing up. And look at this thing just ready to unload. Look at that heavy right. It's no deeper than 6 feet deep, right where that thing is just unloading, just gurgling and throttling on this shallow sand or shallow reef of Oh my, here we go. Taking a look. Eduardo Rodriguez in the yellow jersey. Look at that thing. Oh, that's heavy.
That's
That's
heavy.
really heavy.
And had the camera panned with that left, we would have seen an absolutely massive explosion. And that was a kind of a good way to look at how it is to approach those lefts, as the ocean just grows so very much during the approach. When these waves start coming onto this reef shelf, they just really hit another gear as the water drains off the shelf, and they just launch and peak themselves up into the sky. And like we mentioned earlier, double, triple, even quadruple in size. And these are big swells already that are coming through, and it does look like Eduardo, redder in yellow, having a look at that. Here's the Planet drone shot, just showing us a bit of that beautiful vista up there in the sky, and beautiful island of Gran Canaria being showcased here. And hopefully it goes 360 and we see that beautiful sunset that's just about to occur off to our left-hand side of the screen. We do see some scores on the board. Massive numbers: 18.33, a 983, and an 8.5 PLC. Really putting it all on the line. The highest heat total we've had all event. One of the highest wave scores of the event. PLC showing why he is a previous champion here at the Fronton King.
I mean, he did that in a flurry of within 5 minutes. He was able to get the 2 highest scores of the day. And of course, the highest score of the day went to the Argentina in a 10-point ride we saw earlier today. But PLC, wow, 9.83, 8.5. That is incredible. And yes, PLC winning this event back in 2012 against Jared Houston. So the names are dropping that are worthy. We got just a little flyby from the Gran Canaria Coast Guard.
Actually a manned drone flying above us. And just keeping a look on the coastline that's being assaulted by massive swell today here on the island of Gran Canaria. Isla.
Again, this is the last heat of the day today, as the light is starting to escape from us. PLC just on a charge right now in this last heat. 13 minutes and 8 seconds remaining. As you can see, there are a couple lines coming in out the back. Are the riders in position to get into this? You can see them starting paddling to the left of your screen. A big shout out again to Gran Canaria, the European sports island, and Ayuntamiento de Galdar as well. So Galdar, I love this place.
It's amazing. And if waves have anything to do with it, they can tout having some of the best waves on the planet.
Yeah. And I think they're taking note, as the infrastructure here is starting each time I come down here. They got a railing with a walking path down to El Fronton. They're starting to build a walkway pretty much all the way down here. So Ian Campbell's getting a nice round of applause. But out in the water, PLC digging into this smaller wave, but he's not done yet. Look at that, it's a big air forward and lands perfectly. PLC making it look absolutely easy out there, having a fun day out in the water. And we have Eduardo Rodriguez eyeing up this section, and not much there. And goes for an invert, not looking as clean, but still able to get a little bit of air between him and the water. So of course that wave exchange going to PLC. Let's talk about PLC's last wave.
So like you said, it looks like he's having fun out here. This is almost a skate park version of what can occur. Beautiful air forward there, gets tons of air, lands it clean, and just an amazing little ride there. Of course, the crowd is absolutely erupting for both the competitors in the previous heat who just made their way up here to the competitors area. lots of congratulations and saludos to both Ian Campbell and Igor Sanchez. There we have
Congratulations to
Igor
Igor
on
Sanchez.
screen.
Congratulations to Igor Sanchez, but Ian Campbell should definitely hold his head up high, putting together an incredible year here. Again, it's not over. I mean, a lot of things have to happen for him to hold that world title trophy in his hands, but slim chance for not winning that last heat and advancing on. But out in the water, back to the live action, we have PLC cutting out of that one. And PLC having a good day in this heat. Again, where is this energy coming from? I mean, just to be able to go out for one 25-minute heat is one thing, but to go out and have a free surf and some big bombs down the road, and then having that heat, I need to figure out what his diet plan consists
Yeah,
of.
he's fired up, and you know, something his cohorts back in Portugal, where he's now residing, will mention, you know, hey, when Pierre goes out surfing, if you came to the beach with him, you're going to be waiting on the beach after you're done, because he won't be. He surfs for 5-6 hours at a time.
Oh my gosh.
For one session, and then he'll
Do it again.
He'll do it again. So this fella is limber and fit and fired up, and he's a previous world champion. He's got his eye on what's on our desk, Manny, and we showed it to you guys earlier. It is the World Tour Championship trophy for the 2016 APB World Tour season. Igor Sanchez fired up, hydrating, just had just taken that all in from that previous heat, and does look like he's getting mic'd up. We'll have some interviews queued up after this heat in the water that we'll be able to bring to you. So as we just kind of get some of those ready for you, we want to make sure we stick with the action out in the water, because more world title implications are on the line here at the Fronton King.
Ooh, look at this, live action PLC on the left, and just a ton of whitewash. He comes out, rides the foam out. I don't know if that was more of a pocket ride or a barrel ride, but it looked like it was just more of a pocket ride as he took off more on the shoulder on that left-hander. And there he is chatting it up with Brian Hardy, who's out in the water in the channel. But look at the spray just shooting straight up. So again, no shame right there. Ian Campbell, hold your head up high, brother. The South African put in a great fight 2016, taking a couple wins under his belt along the way. So not a bad year for this kid, Ian Campbell. Tristan Roberts chatting it up with fellow South African.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, his fellow countryman was in the same position last year. Jared Houston was eliminated from the Encanto Pro early, but managed to hold on to his points lead and was crowned the world champion. So
Anything's possible.
yeah, at this point, Ian Campbell, and he's a true sportsman. Take a look at this replay of PLC. Wow, so critical. Scoops in there. And as this is the view from behind, we just see now explosion up until he shoots out into the channel like a cannon out of like a cannonball out of a cannon.
Yes. All right, 7 minutes, 24 seconds remaining in this last heat of the day. Again, welcome to the 2016 Fronton King. Manny V and David Hubbard holding it down here in the booth, giving you the live feed. We got up and riding PLC. What is he going to do with this thing right here? Look at this ramp coming up, and another big air forward, but lands behind the wave. He's just having a field day out there, and wow. Eduardo Rodriguez just trying to figure out how to get into that rhythm. With 7 minutes remaining, I mean, we saw PLC's two high-scoring waves. He was able to pull those off within a 5-minute span. Eduardo Rodriguez can do the same. Look at Igor Sanchez with the sun setting. A beautiful shot right there. It looks like we are trying to line up.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's just taking it in right now, taking in the beautiful sunset here on Gran Canaria, taking in the action, taking in the results. You know, some of these results are a bit hard to stomach for some, and some of them it's the thrill of a lifetime, and that's how the cookie crumbles, and that's how this beautiful story unfolds as the last event of this beautiful 2016 year, we start getting into the sunset of the whole year. You know, this is kind of like the final zone. Let's take a look at Eduardo Rodriguez. He needs a big score to get out of combo. Massive maneuver, flies off the back of that one, and will not help him to escape combination situation. He's deep in combo land, Manny. And 18 something cumulative is a far battle, and he's going to need at least an 8.5 point ride, and then maybe even a 10 to get at the lead.
Here's Eduardo Rodriguez again. This is the shot we just missed. It nice clean bottom turn, comes off the bottom, and he hits a perfect backflip, but look where he lands. There was water moving up the face of the wave. He was off to the side a little bit and pretty much just stopped dead in his tracks, so wasn't able to pull off that maneuver. So Eduardo Rodriguez making his way back out into the lineup. And a little advice to the pro riders here in the athletes booth: if you're going to try to get out of here, there's only one way, and you got to go through the gauntlet of the bodyboarding fans. So prepare for a 15-minute hike through that that fan base as you make your way to your car, because you're going to get mobbed by bodyboarding fans waiting to see their favorite bodyboarders walk by them. So,
and they deserve a special moment with all
course.
these guys, and all the pros here are so very humble. They're happy to take a few moments out of their time and, you know, sign an autograph, take a photo, and, you know, no problem.
And that's why I love the bodyboarders. They're very humble. They anybody from grandma to the young kid can stop and say, "Hey, can I have a photo?" And of course, they will say, "Yes, I would, don't mind at all." And I gotta ask Ruth, PLC's wife, if pastel de nata is in PLC's diet, because if it is, then I'm eating 1,000 of those a day to try to keep up with that guy.
Yeah, look at this, the colors just showing themselves, just the twilight that's about to ensue, but we have a few more minutes in this heat. Beautiful angle there from the drone that's on screen there. Just Planet Drone bringing us incredible video footage to you live, and we've been stoked to be bringing you the action live today. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in. This is the 9th heat of round number 3. Just about 3 minutes and some change left in this one before we finish off the competition for today. After this heat, we are going to have a couple interviews with some of the heat winners, so you'll definitely want to stick around for that. As
3 minutes and 3 minutes remaining in this heat. Looking like PLC was paddling into that one and pulls back, but yeah, we do have a couple of interviews lining up, so we're still not going to be done with the broadcast at the end of this heat, so don't go anywhere. And while these riders are waiting for the wave, again, thank you to Gran Canaria, the European sports island, and Ayuntamiento de Galdar as well. Epic Events, the APB, of course, and you riding. If you haven't done so, download the Journey bodyboard game in your app store and compete in multiplayer and here at the Fronton King too. So the Journey bodyboard video game. It looks like we do have PLC taking a look. We're going up and over. And RS Sonocom. Thank you all for tuning in from around the world. We are winding down today's broadcast, but we still have some action out in the water and interviews coming up next.
Yeah, so you definitely want to stick around to hear from Igor Sanchez and Nicholas Chiata about what their victory in round 3 meant to them. And we just got about 2 minutes remaining in this one. We're counting it down just about 100 seconds now. And PLC putting on the performance of the event, one of the highest waves of the event. Like we've been saying, he's just looking comfortable and having fun. And, you know, he did collide with the reef during his free surf. He scraped his face up a bit, and he's charging. He's out there with some reckless abandon and just going for it. And there's no wonder why he's a previous former world champion and former champion of the Fronton King.
Just 1 minute remaining in the last heat of today. So PLC, Eduardo Rodriguez dropping in on this one. Nice clean pocket, getting in the barrel. Oh, and he sneaks out of that. So he's not going to go out without a battle or without, saying hi to the barrel and making a clean wave. So that was Eduardo Rodriguez's last wave, possibly.
Yeah.
Ton of water, ton of action, ton of energy, both in and out of the water today here at the 2016 Fronton King. Round 3 heats were just amazing from the beginning of the day. We had a 5-hour break in the middle of the day for the water to fill back up on the shallow reefs, and we came back with an incredible heat, starting with a 10-point ride from Argentinian Nicolas Chiara, and it looks like that is the end of the road for Eduardo Rodriguez. Again, these round 3 heats are elimination rounds. You end up in second place here. You have that equal 17th in the event. If you win this heat, like PLC just did in that heat, you advance on to the next round. So then there you have it. Out in the water, finishing up that last heat was PLC and Eduardo Rodriguez. And oh my goodness, what a full day of action today we had here at El Fronton, the northwest corner of this incredible wave we call El Fronton. Don't go anywhere. After these commercial breaks, we're going to have interviews. We're going to have a lot more things lined up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's a hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulses sagging out, I'm losing the pace. It's the way you feel, man, now the way you taste. Rebel, rebel, I see you with your gun.
Life is nourished by experiences that make you grow. So choose a destination where the climate is great all year round, where there's a new, thrilling landscape to discover every day. A destination full of unforgettable moments for you and for everyone. Choose a great destination. Choose Gran Canaria.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and it was an electrifying, incredible day here of competition here at the 2016 Fronton King. Dub, some incredible highlights.
Yeah, it was an incredible day of action for sure. We had 10 heats that hit the water today. We started off with the last heat of round number 2. It was Alex Udonga and Miguel Marcias. Boy, and that was an awesome matchup. High scoring event there. And then we went straight into round number 3, got 4 more heats done in the morning, and then did heats 5 through 9 here this afternoon. And let's talk about just some of the personal highlights, Manny. What was the best wave that you saw ridden today?
Well, I mean, we saw epic rides from that Antonio Cardoso and Mike Stewart heat. I mean, both of these riders, I pretty much can pick out a solid wave from each one of these heats, but the one that took the pie was Nicholas Chiada's 10-point ride. It was just an airdrop into this massive guttering barrel on the left, and he was able to escape before it all unloaded on the shallow reef on the left. But that was just one of many. Just being out there in these conditions, I think, is what drew this crowd here on the beach today of thousands of people, not only to our left, but also to our right, and for them to come down here and get on their feet when the sets were rolling in and cheering these riders into these bombs was pretty exciting to witness and be a part of.
Oh, absolutely amazing. And some of those incredible barrel rides, you know, are similarly spectacular to this amazing sunset we're treating you guys to. And, you know, some of those air moves, you know, Pierre hit a beautiful air forward.
Yes.
Igor Sanchez's air reverse. Yeah. I thought, you know, there's a bunch of beautiful waves ridden today, and it was so intense. It was almost heart-stopping at times, and I might need some melatonin later so I can fall asleep, because it was so exciting, so intense, and it was just really exactly what we came to Fronton for.
Well, we did have one injury today. Dino Carmo from Portugal, from Praia del Norte, Nazaré. He did go face first into the reef, but luckily for me, Miguel Adal sent a video of them at a shop down the road. He's okay. Full scratch on his inner thigh, hand, his face, but he is 100%. He's solid, and I wouldn't doubt he would be out here for a free surf soon.
Well, with that, we do have an interview with Danny Hernandez and both riders from the previous heat. So take it away, Danny.
Hi guys, welcome back. This is the end of today. We got here Igor Sanchez and Ian Campbell. Both were in heat number, number eight. No, heat number 8. Well, we got here Igor from Canary Islands. We're gonna switch into Spanish. I will translate it to you to English. He was in a heat with Ian Campbell. He was running for the world title. Unfortunately, he didn't go through it and got Igor through the heat. So, what's your feeling about it? ¿Cómo te sientes con esta manga?
Muy contento, la verdad, no me lo esperaba, ya que las condiciones eran difíciles, eran horas grandes, había que arriesgar si quería tener una buena ola y bueno, asegurando un poco, la verdad, no arriesgamos en las grandes, por si acaso, pero tuvimos dos olas buenas de no, a ver cuál fue, un air reverse que no entré, después el tubo de la última parte de la manga que me dio el puntaje para poder asegurar el pase a la siguiente ronda, así que muy contento y vamos a seguir con todo en la próxima ronda, vamos a ver.
Felicidades. Well, trying to translate this, pretty much is just saying that he's got through the heat, you know, his first couple of maneuvers in the waves, he's gonna reverse, he didn't really make it that one, so he got a couple of other waves that got his score enough to get through the heat, and he was really happy about the situation and good conditions, and an incredible feeling about riding with the world title runner for the moment. That was Ian Campbell here. So Ian, how was that heat, mate?
Yeah, it was pretty tough. I mean, Igor's been killing it. He started in that first round and he really just took it really far, and he's going to go far in this contest. I mean, he's been riding really well, and it's amazing to see the guys from the Canaries just really dominating. And yeah, Igor's an amazing competitor. I mean, we just saw some insane rides there, and yeah, these conditions were unbelievable. I mean, the waves are pumping, and yeah, just stoked to be able to ride here, and thanks very much to all the locals for allowing us to ride your wave. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, man. So what do you think? Your thoughts for next year? You still motivated about it? You still feeling good with this?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I set a goal this year and I've achieved it already. So yeah, going into this last event, I was kind of, you know, you always concentrate on trying to win this world title, and it's your ultimate goal. But to be honest, it's just lucky that I survived out there. And I mean, I'm not seriously injured. I'm leave the end of the year with amazing support base now, and just going into the future years, I can just see good things. I mean, my sponsors that are backing me at the moment been unbelievable the whole year, and it's shown in my riding. And yeah, I've just had some really good results and try to stay as consistent as possible. And I mean, everything's working. The board's going good. Wetsuits are flying, and it's just like, yeah, everything is on point. Red Bull and Sunzapper, GT and Reflex, Ryan Hardy. Everyone's just really come on board, and it's been an amazing year. So thanks to everyone, all the support from home has been unbelievable, and just my family and friends, Bailey and Billy Tennant, those guys are, I mean, they've just been backing me from the start, and it's amazing to have this support base. So for next year, yeah, definitely going to just push through, and hopefully we can get this world title sorted.
Yeah, all I want to do is congratulate you for the amazing year you're doing, man, and
Thank you.
hope to see you around something soon as well, man.
For sure.
All right, thank you. Congratulations.
Gracias.
So guys, thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna pass you back with the other clips we have from today.
All right, well, we're not done yet. We're actually going to get Nicholas Giada, the 10-point ride winner or 10-point rider of today, into that interview area. But Nicholas Giada's wave, pretty amazing.
Oh, simply amazing, and just a flat 10 from all the judges. So highest score that we've seen in this event, one of the highest scores we've seen in a while, and just incredible for Nicholas to be able to get an awesome ride and really take advantage of the incredible waves that we have had today on this day of action. So huge congrats to Nicholas, and I'm excited to hear from his own words the account of what went down.
All right, so we're going to have Nicholas getting ready, prepped up, but today's conditions were off the hook. I mean, massive amounts of water just unleashing on the shallow reef here at El Fronton for the 2016 Fronton King. I mean, the amount of energy, you were talking about it earlier, if we can harness that energy somehow, definitely would be able to fire up all the houses up here, at least in Galdar. But I mean, this is so much energy, so much raw power coming out of the Atlantic right here on the shallows of El Fronton.
So it does look like we have that interview queued up. We're going to throw it down to Danny, who's with Nicholas Giada.
Thank you, Dave. Sorry for kicking out. Just totally forgot about this guy. He was the first one making a score of 10 in the whole event. Just incredible. He was the one that broke the ice here, as we say in Spain. He's got this amazing big wave. So I'm going to go with Spanish with him, and I'm going to translate it here again. So, ¿qué tal fue esa manga con ese número, con esa puntuación de 10?
Bueno, el mar estaba muy complicado, estaba grande y la marea todavía estaba un poco baja para las olas que se cogen aquí. Por suerte entró una serie grande y me decidí a tirarme, no sabía si daba el agua que había abajo para poder hacerla, pero bueno, me arriesgué y por suerte la ola abrió y pude hacer el primer 10. Y estoy muy contento de poder representar a Argentina y poder hacer un 10 en este frontón, que es una de las olas más pesadas del mundo.
Okay, well, simply just saying that the conditions were pretty shallow, as it was in the first heat, and just saw this massive pit, just tried it out and just made it. He's really stoked about it, and he just said he's proud to be a guy from Argentina making it all the way to 10 points on that wave. So actually, would you like to thank anyone or say hi to anyone?
Bueno, mandarle un saludo a la gente que confió en mí, me apoyó para poder venir acá, a mis sponsors, a los amigos que me tiran toda la vibra desde allá de Argentina, y a toda la escollera, a todos los que se sienten representados conmigo. Muchos saludos para todos y por supuesto a la familia y a mi novia que me acompaña a todos los eventos.
Well, basically just thanking everyone, family, sponsors, and everyone. Thank you for watching. Just gonna pass you to Manny Vargas here.
All right, so there you have it. Nicholas Giada, super stoked right now with advancing on into round number 4. Dub, again, give me your favorite highlight from today.
Besides Nicholas's 10, maybe Pierre's near 10 and Igor's Revo. For me, that was commitment. That was putting it all on the line. So probably Igor Sanchez's performance, his whole performance in that heat with the world number 1 Ian Campbell.
All right, so detrimental to Ian Campbell's hunt for a world title, going down as he got second in that last heat with Igor Sanchez. So on behalf of everybody here, we're going to go straight to commercials, but don't turn off your screen because the highlight package following the commercials is going to be pretty sick. So on behalf of everybody here, I think we are done with today's broadcast. No, we're not.
We're going to come back after the highlights for some more chatting. So we're going to go now to the commercials, and we'll talk you through the highlights once those highlights come in after the commercials. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulses sagging out, losing the pace. It's the way you feel, man, now the way you taste. Rebel, rebel, I see you with your gun.
Life is nourished by experiences that make you grow. So choose a destination where the climate is great all year round, where there's a new, thrilling landscape to discover every day. A destination full of unforgettable moments for you and for everyone. Choose a great destination. Choose Gran Canaria.
Hay un lugar en Gran Canaria que es reducto de tradiciones, un lugar en la costa para contemplar nuestras alturas, un lugar en las alturas para ver la inmensidad del mar. Ven a descubrir nuestro pasado y traerlo hasta el presente. Patrimonio etnográfico, cultural, gastronómico. Altos de Galdar. Saborea nuestro paisaje.
All right, so once again, thank you for tuning in from around the world, watching the 2016 Fronton King. For David Hubbard and everybody who makes this event possible, we're gonna actually leave you with this incredible highlight package. Do you have any last words?
Well, just to tune back in for the call, 8 a.m. tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing you again, and definitely enjoy all the epic action from today's awesome full day of incredible bodyboarding here at the Fronton King.
Yep, if you got time, download the Journey bodyboard game. I'm gonna go play You Right In right now to wind off my day. So until tomorrow, we will be back and check the highlights. They're gonna be epic. We're out of here.